Hello, 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 everyone. Welcome in, welcome all. I hope you guys have had a great day so far. Let's go ahead and make it just a little bit better, shall we? As today we're going to be jumping into some Techtonica. Last time you guys remembered, we had done a great amount of exploring and had started on the factory, and well, it is about time that we mass expand and claim this world as our own. So I want to say thank you guys for stopping by so early, as we're just getting started here. Don't worry, you haven't missed anything just yet. The chaos shall soon ensue. But first I want to say hello to those in chat already. If it isn't Alex and Dragon, Min, Chat, Kui Win, Wilhelm Gaming, Roll Coot, Nublet, Justin, welcome, welcome. How you guys doing today? Alright, it looks like everything is all stable over here, so let's go ahead and jump right into it. And load, there it is, alright. So if you guys remember, as we left off, we had placed a bunch of machines here to do basic semi-auto crafting. I got rid of those, did a little bit of work off cam. But we have our system over here, which we can plant, we can put all this biomass and biomass goods into, and it produces, well, the basic ingredients that we require for everything. We have iron, we have copper, and it's good old-fashioned stone. Iron's right over there. I did do a little bit of work off cam. Some of it was on cam, but not here. So what we're going to do is do a brief tour of what's changed. Not much has changed, really. You guys haven't missed any story or anything. Just did some basic factory work. If you guys notice, I took those machines from over there, and I put them over here. As you guys saw this bit, although I did rework it a little bit. I completely redid all of this so that it's bigger, also a little bit more clean. And
everything is on fire.
Everything is always on fire.
Factorio
Hello there,
2.0.
Justin. Yes, so mechanically, if those of you haven't seen this game before, or missed the previous streams of it, this game is mechanically Factorio in a satisfactory style 3D first-person experience. So like, there's something mechanical in terms of actual interactions and logistics. That's all very, very Factorio. It's painfully Factorio. But the exploration style, the first-person perspective, it feels very satisfactory, even to the point of, oh no, I can go grab biomass off the wall and use it to fuel our goods, which is something I intend to do. But yes, can we get to love and chat for Justin coming under the everything is on fire, as things are about to be on fire, for sure. But all that stuff here gets, well, combined with level 2 of this, which is, this is the coolant floor, with the coolant plants, the shiver thorn. They produce cold seed, which is nice. Okay. And on the 3rd floor is where I started the processing of goods, which I like. This is some basic processing of literally just fuel. This is our fuel production floor, that's all it does. And I moved the semi-auto crafting to right here, although I'm not really semi-auto crafting anything right now. I think I'm just running, plant matter frames through this. But more importantly, I've actually started the factory floor, which needs to be completely redone. Completely redone. But here we have the factory floor. This is where we're going to have our full auto processing. I started with some various bus designs, and I'm not happy with this, so I need to redo this, although this is not critically important to redo. We have our first order our first order of crafting ingredients. So we have raw ingredients that come in from this side, and everything that comes out this side is a tier 1, like first order, intermediate. And this all goes onto the bus, which you guys may recognize as a standard style bus, at least for Satisfactory and similar 3D games. This one's a little bit less fun because of the mechanics of how the belts actually work. But we have the makings of a proto-bus. I need to redo all of this because this is all very inefficient and bad, and it's a nightmare to work with, and I need to redo it. And also, I missed a few intermediates, and I need to get it all onto the bus, which this just doesn't support at the moment. So we're going to have to I'm gonna have to tear all this down. But as you can see, we already have this all lined up in the start of what is going to be our mall, as everything is being put into their respective crates. So I need to redo all of this, and I think this is going to be the first order of operations, except for bringing up... So I need to do two things. I need to bring up the basic goods that are coming in from here. This one is actually already going up. Kind of. I haven't done anything with the... where is it? This stuff yet. The Kindle Vine. I need to start having the Kindle Vine go directly up there as well, because I've got a bunch of it. And it needs to clear out of this. But I need to have another set of tracks and the set of conveyors that goes up there with Kindle Vine. I also need to do the same thing here with the Shiverthorn extract that also needs to go up. This song makes me happy every time. The madness of Factorio abilities is always fun. Oh, it certainly is. This looks like Factorio, but the vibe kind of reminds you of the original Dungeon Keeper for some reason. Now, I'm pretty certain that's just me. I give off that vibe everywhere I go. And I don't know how to not give off that vibe. And at this point, I've just kind of accepted that's my fate, and I just roll with it. The science mushroom has... I think it's grown since you guys... I think I did a little bit of growing. I didn't really touch this off cam. I think I just let it finished. Because the reason I didn't touch it is because I went to touch it. But when I moved this thing, I realized that there was no purpose, there's no point to me moving it at all. Because I had enough purple cores already to just unlock everything purple tier. Which, as you guys may have remembered, wasn't anything exciting. We needed to do blue tier stuff to get anything more exciting going. But, that's a thing to get going once I have the automation going. I could do the semi-auto crafting for it, which is kind of sort of what I've started over here. But this needs actual processors, which I have not done. You know what? So let's set this to do processors instead. There we go. It just needs these electronics in here and okay, set all of this in here. Grab all this stuff and we're gonna need filters, aren't we? Otherwise it's gonna have a breakdown. Yeah, okay. Alternatively, I could set up another box and separate them, which I think is probably a better idea. And then all of this goes into here. Go. Beautiful. Alright. Rest of you just generally hang out into here. Yeah. Great. Love to see it. Okay, so this will make us just a couple stacks of processors. Eventually. There we go. And that'll just do processor things. Your dungeon is under attack. I think I got the pseudo alarm voice down there. Can I do a Forts 2A of Cannons mod showcase? Solid maybe. Factorio without the invasive species. Yes. We are the invasive species. Alright, so I need to bring up the everything from everywhere to here. Which means I need to adjust this so that we have at least one belt of the basic stone going up there. We need to adjust this so we have at least one belt of plant matter going up there. I need to adjust... This is already going up. And then I need to add a belt of this going up there, although I think all of that Shiverthorn just goes directly up. And I need to adjust this so that at least one belt of the the goods, the fire-based goods, what are they called? Kindle vine extract goes up there. Okay. Which is a whole lot of pain to deal with. Ugh. And I think we just get it up there to begin with. And then deal with the mess afterward. Because all of this needs to change. All of it needs to change. In fact... No, I was about to consider putting the stone production up here, but I'm not going to do that. I don't want to have unprocessed material up here. Otherwise I'm going to have to loop it around like some kind of recursive nightmare. And that's just not something I'm into dealing with right at this point in time. But I need tier 0, like unprocessed goods. Processed but tier 0 materials here. Followed by tier 1 intermediates. First tier intermediates. Okay. I'm thinking now, and I'm thinking extra. Just to make sure that I don't have to redo it 3 times, and instead only have to redo it twice. So many tiny lights? Yes. I should probably put... Okay, alright. I know I'm gonna do this. Why are you all backed up? Because everything is all stuffed full. Yes, that's fine. I can work with that. Alright, so... Phase 1. Purge everything. From here. So everything from here to the left, everything is always on fire.
Thanks for all the vids.
Hey, glad you enjoyed, Justin. Why is everything always on fire? We actually haven't burned everything to the ground yet. Like I have the technology for explosives, and I've not used them, which is not my usual manner of going about things, but I've been distracted with the whole factory experience, which is probably for the best, you know? Okay, so we have this coming up here. Let's just fill this in. This is here, but this needs to be purged. Hey there, fish. Welcome in. How you doing today? Oh god, my inventory. I need to get this out of my inventory real quick. Just down anywhere. There we go. Okay. Can live with that. So what I need is a bus here. And on it I need to put how many different things? 3, 4. I think I need to put. So we have 1, 2, 3. Looks like the intermediates do in fact use Shiverthorn extract. Hey though, who's what? Lookman, I saw you in game, and I was like, yes! Another one corrupted. Alright, so it looks like I'm counting a total of 5 different raw materials that are used for this. That are used for intermediates. Everything else... There are other raw materials, but those raw materials turn into other raw materials, such as limestone. And the things that do not... The only raw material which breaks that rule is the Kindlevine extract. But the Kindlevine extract is used alongside other raw materials. Therefore, I used alongside other intermediates and not used alongside other raw materials. Therefore, I can treat it as an intermediate and an unprocessed raw material without considering it as a raw material, which is convenient. So I don't have to loop anything around, as in it doesn't backfeed into itself, which is nice. So I can skip putting Kindlevine extract on this section and the raw material section and skip it straight to the intermediate section. You're gonna need a bigger base. Well, I do things big, so there's that's a pattern that you don't have to follow, although I'm keen to recommend it. Waiting at 1:48 a.m. for a video file for editing. Wow, someone's... Okay, that's, sounds like someone's pretty late in the whole getting you those raw resources, raw footage, eh? Someone seems to have quite failed. Failed quite hard. You have a similar brain cell, you know we both like it big. I know. It's just doing it big could be a bit intense, at least in this realm. Okay. So for this side, I already have the stairs running up, so I can just run Kindlevine directly up there and have it bypass the first bus entirely and put it onto the second bus. Easy. Wait a minute. There's another raw material. Is plant matter used for anything? Because if it isn't, I can avoid it entirely. It seems it is not used for anything, and I have half a mind to not include it in the production and the processing facility. I don't know if there's something in the future which it will be used for, but that could be... as long as I design it, it could be a problem if I need to use it in the future. This bus is not going to be easily expandable. Okay. Sometimes you have trouble distinguishing your herbs for your tea. Sometimes you accidentally put your herb in it. Oh no. Actually, does that work? Can you just... Because I know ingesting it is not the same as... Like, is that actually how that works? I'm not particularly experienced in the ways of the herb. Variant herb, as that it gives me anxiety. Man, this is very sparse. Dang. I have a box here with 2 inserters on it, and it's still this sparse, which means that there's no reason for me to have this many belts. This is just not... Oh, it's because this is not running, because we're all backed up. Okay. So I need to have a system which... Okay, yeah, that's... Right, I didn't re-enable the overflow system. Because I've broken everything, because I broke it down. Okay, yeah, that's fine. Okay, so 5... I need a bus of size 5, and hope I don't need to do more. It's what's gonna happen here. So it's just a double count, measure twice, cut once. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. I only need a bus of size 5. There's 2 other raw materials, neither of which go here. Alright then. Let's do this. Alright. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Excellent, yes. So we have 1, 2, 3. Wait a minute. I need to consider. I need to slide this back 1 and knock a piece off the top. Okay. Because this is 0 indexed. It needs to be 4 off the ground. There we go. Hello there, SVN. Welcome in. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Which I can't build because there's a ceiling in the way, so let's fix that problem. Alright, we do a little digging. What tea am I sipping on? Actually, I'm not, I don't have tea today. I had tea earlier today and I've already moved on to my juice. Got a nice acai. Which is like tea, except it's not tea at all. No, makes sense to leave room for extra bus space. It would, except I'm pretty reasonably certain that there are no or more raw materials. Yes, it would make sense for extra bus. Makes sense to make room for extra bus space. I should just do that, knowing full well they could throw extra raw resources at me. Lord knows I haven't even taken into account the unobtainium, what is it called? Atlantum? Atlantum, I think is the name of it. That may very well be used, very likely be used for automation. Is it a black hole device for mining? Yes! The singularity is the single solution to all things rock and stone. When the next Forts tournament is? That's a good question. I don't know off the top of my head. I would have to check the Fort's official announcements. I'll have to get back to you on that one. As right now we have the Forts Pro League going. The Forts Pro League, it's comprised of all the same players that typically perform in the tournaments. So they tend to not do Forts tournaments alongside the Forts Pro League because it's just taking up people. It's just overtaxing the players. Like, it's a video game. People like to play the video game, but people don't like to be begged to play the video game. Like, it's not a super esport or anything. Like, the players are not getting, they're not making a self-sustaining cash flow from it. So they have lives outside of the Forge tournaments. They are somewhat being paid in some instances, and there's certainly cash prizes in the tournaments, but we're not talking rent money. So there's a limit to the amount of tournaments we can showcase and such. As such, we're doing Forts Pro League stuff right now, which we did actually have a great reception on. Like, you guys seem to like the Forts Pro League a lot, because it's basically a Forts tournament, but better for standard videos, and less 4 hours, more edited content. So, we got more of that coming out here pretty soon. New questions about the physics of it. Don't we all? Trying to imagine the density. For some reason I just thought about the tungsten cube review. You guys remember the tungsten cube review? Tungsten cube review is a good review. How far back do I need to make this? Pretty darn far, I think. At least this far. Okay. I tried to make a bellum patch. Seems like it's shaking up the meta a bit. I actually haven't tried it because I know it came out last night. I'm aware of it. I'm aware of it. Perfect. That is all I can really say on the matter at the moment, is I haven't tried it. I appreciate they're making changes. Not that it was super stale to begin with. Meta... It seems like the game is about to get stale, and then someone discovers something else, and that just ran through wild. So rather, the game has had a rapidly evolving, almost revolving series of metas that keep getting changed, half because the developers make changes and rebalance it, and half because the community just decided that they were going to play around with the new strategy. Which is nice, but it's also hard to make the claim that it's gotten stale. Just, it's changed again. Again. Which is how Mechabellum has been so far. Crawler flanks seem surprisingly viable. I don't think there's been a time when Crawler flank hasn't been viable or not used. Like, random Crawler flank, random Fang flank, just the flank of any one unit has been a top tier tactic since release, and that has not changed at all. If they made it stronger, I would probably be concerned. With the crawler adjustments, I guess they probably did make that a little stronger, but I imagine that wouldn't be... I'm going to make a guess in that it's not going to be game-changing levels of strong. so much as people are doing it more because they're playing around with crawlers more. Hey there, John Jacob Smith. Whoa. Oh, the floor has fallen out from under me. It's fine. Okay. There we go. Come on. Let the rain fall down, break my dreams. Imagine the explosive bullets in the marksmans. Rip crawlers. I would not even consider explosive on the, like AoE on the marksman. Not even a little bit. Thing about marksmen is they're still gonna die to crawlers. Marksmen are just so terrible at cycling between targets. Even if they take out multiple targets per volley. Like, even if they literally had the splash damage and multi-hit capabilities of Stormcallers, they would still lose to crawler. They would still lose to crawlers. Because Stormcallers lose to crawlers. At least they did last patch. So, like, I'm not afraid of snipers being in any way usable versus crawlers. Which is, probably for the best. Okay. Nice, clean, open space. We could pack our bags tomorrow, leave all of our sorrow, see where all this road goes, maybe all right. So this is bus of size 5. Let me think. If this is a bus of size 5, is there any way I could do this without making it not easily? We'll do size 6 here, which is room for one more grow. And then problem is that I need to back all of this up one level, which is just obnoxious. Because of the way in which conveyors work in this game, I guess I can layer them vertically on this side. I'm still going to need this game is kind of like sci-fi Minecraft. No, this is Satisfactory, this is Factorio, this is Dyson Sphere Program, first-person view. You could compare this to Sky Factory Minecraft. That's heavily modded Minecraft, like 200 plus mods Minecraft. Very different beast. Okay, I guess there's nothing for it but to just back it up. Alright, so it needs to be here. We have this here. So what I'm thinking my mindset right now. As it stands, the way this works, we have a belt that goes this way and goes around here. Then we can have a belt that goes this way and around here. So I don't want to do pure vertical because that just becomes impossible to meaningfully get off. But I could do this. That same getting off requirement doesn't apply to the getting on. Yeah, this just goes directly across here. This kind of deal. The problem is that getting it on is going to be a little bit problematic because I have to then build a ramp in order to get up to this stage. Let's say these belts connect various off these directions. This goes this way, and this goes this. I don't know. This one just goes directly here. This one goes here, and then this way. It's kind of messy on this side if I do this, and in order to get up again, I now have to do one of these. Like so. And then have another one of these go up here. Just to get it onto the belt. And while it looks nice on this side, on the back, it's a disaster. Which is a mess. And I'm not into this. So instead I could do this same ramp going down this side. But if I do that, then I'm just doubling the size of this thing, which is now going to run smack dab into this guy. Although, to be fair, I need to redo all of this anyway. Like, every block here is coming down, and if I'm doing that, I may as well just purge all the machines. Because it's all going to come down anyways, so, like, I guess I shouldn't really be too beat up about it. But that's currently what I'm considering. The spatial dimensions of this stuff. You've yet to see a Minecraft mod where result at a factory is satisfying as a vanilla factory. Really? Okay. Yeah, I suppose. A lot of the vanilla factories are... A lot of the vanilla farms are large and grandiose. You have a different style of game. I think we'll make your mind work. From the Depths. Yeah, From the Depths looks cool. But that, exactly as you described it, is explicitly the reason why I haven't jumped into it. I don't want to spend 1,000 hours learning a game to get the basics. That's just on a list of things I'm not interested in doing, you know? I'm a content creator. I can't just play games for fun. I don't have 1,000 hours just laying around when there's videos to be made. Okay, so this needs to go away. And here. Alright, so now that I've committed to doing that, I should just be able to run all of this stuff onto a bus. Give you 0 tick, give you death. Oh no. Alright, so 4, 5, 6, 7. Let's do 7 here because I can. Also give me room to expand. If I so please. This is 7, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yes. Just now realized that I'm going to need way more stairs. What does it take to make stairs? Base building, copper wire, and iron ingots. I happen to know there's a bunch of those. Also, happen to know where there's some assemblers, which I can use to craft them. Let's do this. This is very temporary, so we'll just let this go. Stairs. And stairs. It's going to be way too many stairs. I can live with it for now. Leather camper, welcome in. Alright, I am looking for this one here. You can always sacrifice your sleep to learn from the depths. There is a cost-benefit ratio to everything. Learning from the depths, and similarly, space engineers, is on the list of things that is not good from a cost-benefit analysis perspective. Especially given that I would reasonably expect to not be allowed to make videos on it. So it turns into extreme costs and actually zero benefit. Other than enjoyment from a game, which is its own benefit, but not really relevant here. It is really hard to see what's going on here. Good. Okay. So this is bus Tier 0, a raw resources bus, for which I will need another... Actually, I only need another 100 stairs for this, which isn't bad. I definitely do not need all of this then. I think we just leave one of these running. Nice. Yeah, make a bunch of stairs. You'll do that. Good job, team. Alright, so we have more stairs to work with. Great, great. And for this, we make our bus. Is that too tall? It is. Zoom, zoom. Zoop. Alright, excellent. This will be our bus for raw material. Good start. Now I just need to get the raw materials up here. I want to have 2 rows of these, I guess. I definitely only want 1 row of... What's the stair a mid for? So this will be the physical... This will be the physical bus upon which we grant... This is the physical form of the bus for our conveyor belts. This is a template, a place for which I can click to build conveyor belts on. It will not be necessary once the conveyor belts are actually placed, but I don't intend on removing it. So I'm going to want 2 belts of these, 1 belt of this, and then 1 belt of everything else. Maybe 2 belts of some other things. Okay. Look at you. You learned video editing instead of Fords. Now Incursus plays the game. You're waiting for work. Hello there, Clay. Welcome in. How you doing today? Maybe a week or two. So yes, if I were to dedicate a lot of time to learning from the depths, I could probably get it learned faster than most and get it done within, I don't know, 2 weeks. The problem is learning the basics is not enough. If I were to do something like, oh no, space engineers, what's the next cool thing? Let's see, what's the next cool thing in space engineers right now? And see, last time I saw space engineers, it was, let's see, YouTube, space engineers. That's not what I wanted. Space engineers. Alright, let's see. We got new frigate design revealed. Space engineers frigate competition winners. If I wanted to compete with this, I would have to have more than just the basics. I have to have the ability to create a new ship in a manner which is on par or better than, at least in some way more performance or more effective than, a frigate competition winner. Or I have to do something more RP focused and have the skill to capture the station and beat that. Or how about I invent something new, like the latest and greatest in clank generators. That's not 2 weeks of experience, you know? That's that's 1,000 hours of experience. Railgun AI drones. I'm not making those with basic experience. As much as I would like to say I could spend 2 weeks to learn the game and then make videos on it, I can't. Realistically, I can't. I would have to spend 1,000 hours to make something of this kind of caliber, at which point I would expect to get views in the range of this amount. We're talking 12k views. 1,000 hours for 12k views is not a it's not a great return on the investment, you know? It's thus the risk assessment kind of deal going on there. Like, look at this. Capture the station, 5k views. Here we have frigate competition, 5.4k views. That's not how that works. This one's at 50k, which is nicer, but that's not the common experience. So I'm not particularly convinced. Like, I understand the argument, I just find it unpersuasive. Let's see. I need to bring this blue material up onto here. Can I use... No, I need to run a second line. That's what I need to do. You work 25 minutes with 15k views? Exactly. There's just better ways to spend time. You're a genius, you'd figure it out in 2 days. I doubt I would figure it out in 2 days, but even if I were to make the claim that I would figure it out faster than more, it still falls short. But I do appreciate the vote of confidence. Your compliment has not gone unnoticed. The factory must grow? Yes. Yes, it must. At the moment, I'm trying to learn the spatial dimensions required to modify this. I'm thinking of moving this run back a bit. So it comes up somewhere over here, giving me the space to get a run in between these two. Would I have to adjust this one as well? I would have to adjust this one as well. Alternatively, yeah, these two have to go right here. I don't really want to mess with this floor. And if I bring that back, I could also run this in between, which gives me... but I also need to run up here, which wouldn't be that big of a problem. So I definitely need to adjust these significantly. Okay, this is unacceptably slow. I could merge two of these belts, giving me extra space on here to just run a third belt up, which I could then grab one of these and run it up. All I have to do is move this back so I can get another run that goes up to... Okay, I can work with that. This is going to be a pain to delete. That's what it is going to be. Go away. All right. Do I want to leave this here? Because it can still be used to run... Not particularly. I think I want to still adjust it. Actually, let me check up here. Is there a reason... 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah. Okay, let's adjust this. Why you know clip? Cute. There we go. So I need a run that goes up here. I could still fit down here. Yes. Nice. Excellent. So I will have a run that goes here. Like so. That will go up to there. Make it a little bit more compact. All of this goes away, although I will be building something next to it very soon. Okay. Up. Okay. Excellent. Much better. That'll go up there, and then I just need to reconstruct this to go next to it. Great. Love to see it. Okay, so this one should come all the way... Let me do this while I'm thinking about it. This will come all the way down to here. And this guy is where I will run all the blue coolant. That will run directly onto this belt. So I will have a belt that comes off from over here somewhere and runs directly onto this guy. And I will have it run all the way up top, which means breaking this and punching through here. There we go. There it is. Okay, so this will be our coolant belt going to here. And I need to have at least 4 off of this. Not that I'm going to use it all. At least I doubt I'm going to use it all. But I want to have it just in case. This is the minimum size and distance away from which we need to build this next one, which can go literally directly adjacent to it. Like so? Is that true? Nope, needs to go back one more. Because that's how stairs work. Tales from Textboard Horror. Do not use marshmallow as a stand-in for thermal paste. You know, I've never heard of that even being a thought on someone's brain, but I wouldn't put it past humanity. I wouldn't dare claim that no one would think of such a thing. Because I would not be surprised if it has happened. Please. Yes. Holy smokes, that worked. Okay. And I can still run a belt this way. Yeah. Beautiful. Okay. Alright. Why did the tomato blush? It saw the salad dressing. Oh my. Okay. By the time in Techtonica, Incursus made some stairs. Does this here program had a planet-wide network of smelters assemblers? Yeah. The whole factory building in this game is less efficient than I would like it to be. I am now realizing a problem. That one extra space I gave it was one space too short. This does not. This does it. Doesn't do that. Actually, no, it doesn't. Because if I were to do this, I can't then drag this over here because it goes over. It would have to go up and over this, which I could show you if I did it from here. See how it goes up and over? So that doesn't work. So I need to slide this back further. How much further? I can find out right now. This goes directly this way. This goes this way. This goes this way. Excuse you, sir. And this goes so close, so far away. This way. So we are technically one space shy of this working. I could leave it like this, I suppose, but I don't want to because that's just the jank is going to pile in. And one cube up. I would rather not, because then it removes the bottom layer of the bus. It makes it unavailable to items on that, which won't be a problem given I don't intend on using it. I could just decide not to use the bottom layer for that. But that's talking about an integrated solution that I don't want to have to deal with at this point in time. Because, it's, as you guys may know, if some integrated solution goes wrong, I have to redo the entire system. Given my lack of familiarity with, well, this system in general, and given the early access nature of it such that it's going to get changed, I don't want to create a system that only works until anything goes wrong, and then everything has to be undone. I want to make it a little bit more lenient, forgiving, expandable. But it would function. Just for, I imagine, a very limited time. Okay. Okay. So now we have the ability to run the belts underneath. Well, there'll be belts on top of belts, but they will all be consistent. As this will run up here, this will run up here, this will run up here. And technically, this one will run across this belt here. But it's nice and straight with no major issues. Okay. Easy. Oh, fine. Go this way. Alright then. So for this, we need 2 lines of these plant matter material. We also need at least 1 line of this Kindle vine extract. So we'll be running 3 lines up here. So let's do that. That also means I need to adjust these guys. So I need probably only 2 furnaces. So if I do only 2 furnaces, I'll then have to split them as I go this way, which is fine. Alright, let's get rid of everything here. If it's a thing, we're getting rid of it. My inventory will become encumbered. I can live with that. There's the encumbrance kicking in. Alright. Let's take a moment to put the stuff into boxes. Get them out of the inventory. That was a lot of basic stone. And substantial biobrook. I'll keep that in my inventory for now. So, this material needs to all be filtered onto 2 different tracks. It's not sure. I need to load balance those 4 lines, which are themselves not load balanced. So I have 1 line here, 3 lines here, 3 lines here, 3 lines here, and 2 lines here. I need to load balance them such that I split it 3 ways, which isn't that difficult. I have 1 over there and 2 over there, and if I merge them, I'll have 3 groups of 3. I can run 2 of them through smelters, and then I can bring the 3rd untouched to the top. Now, I could design a system, an overflow system, such that if one side overflows or backs up, then it automatically overflows to the others. Do I want to do that is my question. Let's say I have 3 belts coming in, or just start with 2 belts. I have 2 belts coming in. If this one overflows for whatever reason, I'm going to have a splitter that goes off here, merges in this way. So if this gets backed up, so naturally the way this will work is if this, let me think about this. If this gets backed up, then items coming out this way will go this way. More accurately, items will always go this way. But if this gets backed up, then 100% of the items will go this way. Effectively just merging these 2. However, this doesn't go both ways. I need this to merge both ways, which I think I can get that effect by doing this. Let me think. How do you move the hug out of the center of the screen on first launch? I don't understand the question, and I would be interested to know what that question is. Let's do this. We fill both of these up so that these are, let's just assume, that's for the sake of example, assume that these are both filled up. Now I need to put a box here. HUD. It's right in the center of your screen. Don't see the options for it either. HUD. how do you move the HUD out of the center of the screen on first launch? What? HUD. I mean, like, you're seeing the bottom bar, like the HUD here. You're seeing this guy, but up here. And it's in the way of the screen. Like in the center of the screen. Is that what you're saying? There are. Because I don't know what's... I have no idea. Well, I don't know. It's not something I've experienced. It's not something I've heard of. And I don't know how to help that. Typically, a common thing. Oof. Yeah, no. First I've heard of it. Alright, so let's... Do you have something with a small stack? Not really. So we put these into here. These should get split evenly across both of these. So while it's a bit messy here, we should see an even one-to-one fill up. And then once this is filled up, which is instant, then we should have both of these merging here, and we should have two sorters of input here, which is what we're starting to see, and we're starting to see this back up because we have two red sorters dumping onto this one line. So there's your load balancing. And if this becomes available, then this will undo, and then we should start having flow again. As both of these guys begin loading at the same speed. So now these should be outputting at the same time. And these are always and constantly inputting. And we're not having any backups here. This is 100% throughput. And evenly loaded across both. Now, if something changes, like say this guy fills up all of a sudden, then all the load should go onto this side, which will cause this to eventually back up. Which is what is happening as we're seeing it start to pile up here. This one is already stopped, and we're now onto a single unit of throughput. Except now it's on this side. Alright, so there's your load balancing. Okay. Well, there, honor. Yeah, I see what you're talking about there. I suspect, if I were to be a betting man, I'm guessing that you have a non-1080p resolution going on. Because while I'm not aware of anything that allows you to adjust the HUD. Do you have screen size, XY adjusted, resolution scale adjusted here? And if that's not all at 100%, standard 1080p? Interesting. Okay. Okay. Well, I don't know. Then, have you kept screen size, X, Y, and resolution scale all the same? Because perhaps it'd just be better off if you message the developers about it at that point. Okay, so this should work for load balancing across 2. Now, can I load balance across 3? Let me purge it all to deal with that. This 3 is really where things are gonna get messy. I should be able to do this. That's not bad footprint for load balancing. Yeah, it's not bad. Definitely needs to make things bigger, but I need to know. I need to know. Why is this not a splitter? Alright, it's a splitter now. Okay, so this does not work. I'm not surprised. Okay. So I can't do that, but I can do this. Why are you like this? How? Alright. What? I just want a 3-way splitter or merger here. And then same thing here. Why can't you let me merge things? Oh boy. Think. The board looks like a kitchen floor. It kind of does, actually. Or, you know, at least a nice tile floor. I am simply concerned because this does not seem to be creating a splitter as I want it to, and I don't know why. Why does that work, but not... I've already tested this. splitters with 2 inputs don't work. Like, this is not acceptable. Alright. Now I'm curious, does this function at all? This isn't connected is what's going on here. Okay. So this just doesn't work. And the reason it doesn't work is this isn't connected. So why is this one not connected? Why are you not registering as connected? Maybe if I don't have these so close. They're not going to be this close anyways. I mean, they might be that close, but I don't have to make them that close. I get it this far apart. I have one that splits this way, one that splits this way, another splits back here, another splits back here. Alright. I think it's the proximity to other splitters might have been doing it. But this should load balance across all of these. If I were to do something like fill you with fuel, we should see fuel end up everywhere. And then once this fills up, all this fuel should end up going elsewhere. Actually, nope, there's no path to this one on this side. I need to have... I'm trying to think if there's a way for me to do this without invoking a third layer, but I suspect there isn't. Actually... if I were to do it like so... resources and the satisfactory style, or the limited Factorio style? I'm pretty certain the limited Factorio style, in that they are extremely... dense, to the point where they're almost unlimited. Which is, I guess, Factorio style, but it runs out eventually. Okay. So now, this should work, I think. So we have a traversal going left from right, we have a traversal going right from left, and we have a straight path down to each. And it doesn't need to be 3 long. Okay. Let's test this out real quick. This one here should be the first to fill up because it is 50-50 split. Let's see, it goes 50 and then 50 divided by 3, whatever that is. Maybe like 16, 17%. So this is going to be like 67%. This will be so the first just be 15%-ish. And then it will double to the 34%. And then 100%. Okay. Hey there, Miss Ritter. Welcome in. How you doing today? Did you end up streaming today? This one does suffer the problem that it overloads the center line when all three have input, but that's fine because once the center line backs up, then it will it'll offload to the sides. So we have a load balancing system. Automatic load balancing system. No power required. Great, love to see it. Alright. Mission success. I need to set that up twice? Just set it up twice, I think. Not today? Fair enough. Oh, funny story about today. So, the construction guys are actually finishing up a round of painting, and the entire front of my place is currently off limits to human traffic because everything is coated in paint. The floors, the walls, the ceilings. They need to go out and do chores today, errands today. I was actually doing some shopping at a grocery shopping for food. So I went out the back door and carried with me all of my Publix bags so I could go to Publix with the bags and such, you know, the reusable kind. And as I was walking through the park, one of the neighbors was there sitting inside of an enclosure, and she called out to me and said, "Hey, be careful out here, there's a lot of animals nearby," which was true. I was surrounded by iguanas and ducks and geese and a heron, a few storks, a cloud of ibis. I'm sure there were turtles nearby. There usually are, but I wasn't particularly looking toward the water at them. I almost had to laugh because I was like, this woman is hiding inside of an enclosure, presumably because there are animals nearby, and she is afraid of the iguanas and the ducks and such. So I got a good little chuckle out of that. I stopped for a minute to talk to her, and she was talking about how much she enjoyed feeding the ducks. They would come by to say hi to her. It's like, yeah, I mentioned that I tend to hand feed them, where I would literally just put bird seed in my hand and go feed the ducklings. And she seemed aghast by that. She was like, "What? And they don't hurt you? And I'm like, no, no, no. They're ducks. They don't tend to hurt much. That's not something that they're good at doing. I got a good chuckle out of that. And then carried on my nice stroll to the grocery store. Am I flying? I'm not flying. I'm very tall. Don't you know what it looks like? Have you never been tall in your life and just walked around? This is what it looks like to be tall. Not that I can look down and see my feet, because my feet are incorporeal, because that's how feet work in this game. Alright, what was I doing? Right. Oh, jeez. Load balancing. Load balancing these things, which... Is it worth me load balancing them? Yes, because there's going to be a lot of time where one of these runs is doing nothing. So I need to do this, leave this around here. Let's first run these out here, because these are going to run out here regardless. Are they going to run out here regardless? I might need to bring them up and over. I think I'm going to bring them up and over. Literally 6'3". That's what they all say. I'm just teasing you, Andromeda. How am I gonna place this? Am I enjoying this so far? I am definitely enjoying this game. It is not the most factory of factory games, but it does have a great bit of exploration available to it, and that makes it satisfying in ways that you don't get out of Satisfactory. Also, the science mushroom is kind of overwhelming at this point. It's become quite the chungus. Alrighty, have a good one there, Craig. Alright, fish. Oh, fish, you teased me with you leaving? But you're still here? Oh no. Literally 6'3". Yeah, my family's the same way. They're the kind of people that have to duck through doorways. It's like, but doorways are made for people, not made for Polish tall boys. All right, let's go this way. I do actually need to elevate this, or else it's going to, gonna merge with these, which I don't want. Okay. Can you get me something from the top shelf? Can you get me something from the bottom shelf? Oh. Actually, though, I've used that on someone in genuinely use that on someone because they were closer to underneath the sink and my back was not ready for it at the time. Boss is still asleep as it seems. Oh my. You'd be so kind to confirm your translation of... Well, I don't know how to pronounce whatever consonant nightmare you've just thrown at me. What is it supposed to translate into? What do you think it translates into? It's actually not that rough on the consonants. It's just a lot of syllables that I'm not accustomed to throwing together. And also a letter I don't recognize. I was gonna say it's not Polish levels of... I'm gonna say that not all Polish words are madness, just the ones that most of my friends or family like to tease me with. And now, I said nothing to you, Raider. Besides, it's pronounced fun-sized, okay? When your friend and you played this game, you cheesed a lot of the exploration and ended up with more advanced stuff than you're supposed to. Yeah... Yeah, I've clipped through walls and out of bounds many times because it was fun. I'm gonna say your name like that because you put yourself out there. Raider, as far as I know, you've never done a face reveal or anything. No, I actually don't know if you have. I genuinely haven't looked. So like, I genuinely don't know. You're out here putting yourself out there, making yourself a target as if you want to be a target. Of course I'm going to give you... Of course you're going to take that bait. Alright, so 3, 3, 3, 3. I miscounted. There's 4. I need a load balancing system for 4, which makes this much more difficult, doesn't it? How goes the factory shenanigans? Getting sciencey with it. Getting kind of mathy with it. Alright, with a length of 4, I'm pretty certain I need at least a width of 3. Which makes me sad. Yeah, I need at least a width of 3. There's no way, there's no 2 ways around that. It has to go this way. Which means I can do this. Wow, this is gonna get messy. I will regret this. Oh no. Whatever shall I do? Let's see. Yeah, because I need 1, 2, and 3. Like, there's no 2 ways about it. Question is, do I need more than that? Do I need to merge these 2? No, because I have a path that goes... Wait a minute. This is not functional. Is this an attempt at a balancer? It is indeed an attempt at a balancer. Uh-oh. So this has no path. It can't connect here. Which means... if I were to do 2 different load balancers of size 2, how would that affect... This is asymmetrical. This is not... The asymmetry here is painful, and also means that it doesn't work. How do I make a balancer with these rules? I'm gonna do this, balance this out this way. I cannot then attach anything here. However, I can do something... Scale this game does not require this. Feel free to do what you enjoy. So, that's what I'm thinking. I tend to do things large, and it kind of... I don't know if I need it or not is the thing. Because I've already reached a point where specifically this one system, when it backs up, will disable fuel production, which may not be that big of an issue, and I could probably just dump it into a box and let it run for an extra several hours and just repeatedly box the extra, or manually move things from the box to the furnaces, because you can't automate that. But it might be... like, this would be useful here. The question is whether or not it's worth spending, I don't know how long doing this, when I could just throw it into a box. The problem I'm seeing is, once we try to load balance 4 inputs, I don't know how to do it. I can do 2 inputs, I can do 3 inputs, but 4 inputs? Only ever had 5 limestone miners. Yeah, I don't even have that many. Well, to be fair, probably don't need them. Limestone seems to be not worth mining because I can produce it. And frankly, I've produced so much limestone already. But balance 3, 2, 3. That's kind of what I'm thinking. I don't want to do a 3 load balancer and then another 3 load balancer, because you have to run them in series rather than parallel. However, I could probably do 2, 2, 2, because the first 2 can run in parallel, like this. Because these two can run in parallel, and then I just have to balance these 2 lines, and then everything will eventually balance out. Which this can be done like this. We should have a complete load balancer. We don't have a complete load balancer. However, with one minor adjustment, we do get a complete load balancer, I think. I think this is a complete load balancer here. Let's try this. It's Industry 101. Yeah, that's the kind of thing we're going for right now. So once this backs up, which should back up first, then the rest of these should follow suit. Okay, and let's just give you some more distance to play with here. Alright, so we do have still 100% output from here, and it is hitting every one of these. So we do have successful load balancing from left all the way to right. So let's clear some of this out. And let's do the same thing from here. This will still clear right before left. 3D is still more confusing than helpful. In this game, yes. This game uses pretty strictly factorial rules. Factorial is a 2D game, and the rules for this game, they're all 2D. Everything behaves as if it's 2D. It does not do the 3D experience particularly well, which is something that Satisfactory does much better. Satisfactory does 3D building way better than this. But this is still pretty good. I mean, it's Factorio. It's hard to go wrong with Factorio. It's just very 2D. Okay. And we seem to be getting a proper load balancing act out of this guy. We are seeing them end up everywhere. Let's flood this thing and see how long it takes to back up. But we have a load balancer. This is tedious. I'm doing science right now, but yes, this is tedious. This is very tedious. It's also wide. Like, this isn't... I have to dig out a very large cavernous region in order to make this work. Almost at all. In science is the tedious learn to walk that goes before running. Exactly. But get there eventually. Alright, so it looks like this is in fact working as expected, which is great. So I think I'm probably only ever going to use one of these, and it's likely right here. Everything else I don't mind so much if it backs up. This one I don't want backing up, because I kind of need... The biofuel is kind of important, and this is critical component of our biofuel production. So I need to bring all 4 of these across to the splitter. And I will start that right here. Here. Need to have it go that way. Alright, yeah. The sooner we start this, the better. So mind you, let it satisfactory. Yes, the way I describe this game is satisfactory, but cave. This is very satisfactory. It's just in a cave, and also the exploration, there's a lot more reward for the exploration. Whereas in Satisfactory, you can explore, but there's not much to find. This game, not only is there a lot to find, but like there's people there's stuff out there in the world for you to find, and you're rewarded more than just there's a new cool looking alternative recipe you can get that does the same thing you already know how to do, just slightly differently. And also, you could dig. Although there is no real proper base building. You can't build houses or anything of this sort. There's no real decoration. Unless you build a giant mushroom and call that your base. But that's not really the same thing, you know? How come you're floating instead of first person? We've been over this. I'm just tall. Very long legs. The ground is very small compared to my tallness. No, to answer your question, I have a hover pack, so I can float above here if I want to, which I am doing mostly because I don't like being pushed around by conveyor belts. Because I physically stand on the conveyor belts, I am conveyored around, and I'm not into it, so I hover. One of the technologies we unlocked is the hover pack. Hover pack. The guy women want on the dating app when they say anyone under 6 feet is children. Oh god. Too real. Alright, and then we... Need one more. I mean, average man height below 6 feet. Yeah. Yes, that is a true statement. Average man height is below 6 feet. All right. What have I done here? Why is this doesn't work? It's not close to working, and I've already forgotten what I did to make this work. Okay, go this way. You go this way, you go this way. Okay. I need to do this. I need to do this. And then complete it with this. Yes. There we go. Okay. Problem solved. So now for this, I need to have probably... There we go. Alright, so now I need... Do I want to have this set up with 3 furnaces or merge them into 2 furnaces? Honestly, I should probably just kill one of these. And... put 2 furnaces. And then the third one just goes straight into the resource pool, which is this line here. And if I'm going to do that, then I probably want to have it on this side. Alrighty, fish. Good luck out there. Have fun. I like being pale. Oh god, so many of my family members are pale. I'm the lucky one of being somewhat tanned. Most of my family is pale as, well, I've told this story before of my mother literally getting a sunburn at an indoor mall, which is just impressive. How would you rate this as satisfactory? This is definitely more rough around the edges. This is a game that doesn't have the development time of Satisfactory. It is good. It is enjoyable. But compared to Satisfactory, this is much more factory. Satisfactory, you have cosmetic building blocks. You have things you can do which just are more developed, and there's more stuff. If you like Factorio, you will probably very much so like this game. Mind you, this game does not have the refined development time of Factorio. So it's not quite the same caliber of factory game yet, but it certainly has more exploration. I'd say if you guys remember, we went off and explored through the giant waterfalls. There's this massive pre-generated custom-tailored worlds for you to go and explore. There's lore to find. Like, look at all these database logs and such that we found. Like, it just keeps going. There's so much stuff. There's so much stuff. And there's actual quests to do, which is something that Satisfactory and Factorio don't have. Also, this game tends to be rather colorful and visually appealing in ways that you don't get as much in games like Factorio, even Satisfactory. Multiplayer. I believe there is a multiplayer option. There's a co-op option. I have not tried it. I have not looked into it. I have been told by other people it works about as well as it does in Satisfactory, which is reasonable. I do not see myself wanting to play multiplayer of this game. Mostly because I can think of few people that I would want to build a factory next to outside of just being in the same room with that person. But if that's the case, then I could play most other things like, I don't know, Dark Tide, Deep Rock Alliance, something more co-op focused, other than ostensibly bashing heads and fighting each other over resources to build someone's specific flavor of spaghetti. Unless I'm playing a factory builder with some of my engineering friends, then I find it difficult to want to play factory builders. But that's it. We've seen that discussion a fair few times. Why do these not have seeds? Oh, because they're all stuck in there. Okay. The only exception to that was when I was playing Satisfactory with Winter, where basically Winter would go out and explore, and then I would just build the factory. And then he would come back, collect all the goods and the new toys I created. He would bring in the loot and anything he found, which I would put to good use in building the next stage of the factory. But at that point, I'm just building the factory. I'm just camp mom at that point. Camp dad? At that point. Taking care of everything, building the world for my friends to use, which I'm perfectly happy with. I'm happy to do that. That's a little bit different. This is going to become mega spaghetti very quickly once I need to get the plant matter fiber out of there. Alright, so do I actually want to merge these? You might buy this for someone. I believe it's on sale right now, actually. Is it? No, it was on sale. It's no longer on sale. It is certainly rather interesting. So long as it's functional. So long as it's tasty spaghetti. Oh gosh. You know, of all the pastas, spaghetti is probably my least favorite. Like, of all the pastas I could have, I think penne is my favorite. If you looked at Remnant 2, I'm aware of his existence. I haven't really looked into it much. Merge the two. Yeah, I probably should just merge it down to 3. That's gonna become a mess. Okay. If I merge it to 3, one of these belts is gonna be mega loaded, which is fine. So let's get rid of this real quick. At least it's just belts. I can redo it super fast. In that case, I can unspaghettify this a little bit. I can merge this one directly into this one, so we'll have 4 here, 3 here, 3 here, 2 here, and load balance it all up. Okay. Like Raider, if you know someone who's an automation addict, this game will definitely will definitely be... It'd be a good enabler friend if you send this off to someone. And an automation addict. You're playing Remnant on Saturday. I really should look into Remnant. Because Remnant... I didn't play the... I never played Remnant 1, like the first one. Remnant 2 is certainly... like Remnant from the Ashes, I think it was. I never played it. Remnant 2, I'm not entirely sure what exactly kind of gameplay loop it has. Like, I know it's third person, I know it's a shooter, I know it's single player, and I'm pretty certain it's got co-op. It's definitely not Returnal. Dark Souls with guns. So alright, so on the scale of Dark Souls to not Dark Souls, how much spot dodging do you do? How many iframes? Or is it just more playing squad because you gotta just peek corners carefully so you don't get hit before you realize what's shooting at you. So, okay, so 1, 2, 3, and then we'll merge these two. Because it's on Game Pass? Yeah. Because on the list of Dark Souls-y things, I typically think iframe style hack and slash game. Boss fights are heavy dodging. Interesting. Okay. Alright, so the size 3 goes like this. Does it? No. Alright, how did I do this? We needed to do this. And then like this. Okay, heavy load's the middle one, but it's fine. Alright, load balancer set. Now I just need 2 furnace, and then the third one to run over here. The way this works, if I don't manually do these, then the throughput on this is halved. And I really, really don't like having the throughput, so I will manually handle these. Boss fights are very heavy dodging. Interesting. Okay, so that does sound a lot like Dark Souls, but obviously gun. Which is interesting to me. Unless I use stack inserters, which I don't have the technology for that yet. So out we go. This needs to go on, these need to output directly onto, here. Okay. Believe I only need one of these now. Leave those there for the moment. Is that true? No, I do actually need some that's going up top, don't I? So while I don't need these, this counts as one of the 5. It does count as one of the 5. Alright, so I do need one of these going up top as well. So this will be moved, but I want to have this here so I don't forget about it. Okay. Except you automate in Minecraft. Minecraft automation is still some of the best. Like, period. Sky Factory. There is no other game that does survival and automation combined as well. Because Minecraft is a proper survival game, and it's a good survival game. And if you ever, literally, my best experiences doing factory building in a cooperative setting is in Minecraft, because Minecraft has such a focus on adventure, such a focus on open world exploration, such a focus on survival, that it's a fun gameplay. It's a fun game to play before even invoking factory. And then once you add in things like Sky Factory or, well, any of the factory mods, you have an entire layer on top of it. And, you know, you guys have played Sky Factory. It's factorial levels of good in terms of factory. So then you have the scenario where it suddenly caters to everyone, or at least both types of people. The people who want to go explore and slash things, the people who wants to just build and make nice cities or houses for themselves. And then it also caters to people like me who enjoy, well, transforming the world into a machine planet. And everyone synergizes with everyone else. Like, I need people to go out into the world to go collect rare loot so that I can utilize them in the factory. And the people who go out and adventure need constant equipment and repairs and management. They need the logistics, which is provided by the factory builders. And then, of course, the people who actually enjoy building houses and villages and such, well, they love people that could provide the resources and from things like the factory and logistics guys. And also, when you go on an adventure, it would be cool if you brought home something new and exotic to make as a centerpiece for a decorative part of your house. Like, it is all synergized in a way that just doesn't exist outside of Minecraft, and it's incredibly satisfying. I took Factorio and put it in Minecraft using multi-block mods to make the Factorio bits. It was amazing. The Mine Factorio mod. I get it. This Factorio style with inserters, it's fine, it's okay, it's not personally what I'm into. I prefer running things straight in, Satisfactory style, or for the most part, how Minecraft works. Like, give me input-output that I can customize, and then connect it directly into with conveyor belts. So the input speed is the conveyor belt speed, and I don't have to worry about this middle management machine. But, like, I get it. It's fine. The middle management machine is fine. I could work with it. I just prefer not to, you know? It's personal preference. Meanwhile, you thought it was cool in Minecraft and you built yourself a basement aquarium with a shark pool and put trapdoors over it. Oh god. Don't get me started on Minecraft traps. I used to do so much trap-based PvP. My role was combat engineer. Traps and TNT were the thing that I was, thing that I specialized in. So that spits that way, and then this goes directly in. So you have 2 runs going up there, 1 run over here, and so this should work just directly. Now I just do run this, plant matter fiber, and it goes, I want probably 2 runs going up here, all the way to the top. It wasn't for PvP, you were just having a blowfield moment. Oh no, I totally get that. It's just, you know, a decorative shark tank just to show off to your friends, you know, for reasons. I promise you, I completely understand. Alright, let's do... This game really makes you think. Yeah... You don't have to. I prefer thinking more than most, because that's how I enjoy it. But this game does not require it as much. I'd go so far as to say that this game does not require thinking as much as most other automation games does. Most other automation games require some manner of math in order to make things work realistically. This game does not. I'm just partial to analyzing things in an unnecessary way, which has the convenient side effect of making my life easier most of the time, because I tend to think longer term with everything. But in reality, this game is much more simple than most, and I could literally just run them up there and then just wait an hour for it to be done, and then there's nothing else to say about it because it's done. Okay. Now I turn this way, loop around here, run you into here, and now we have 2 belts running out over here, which is great. I thoroughly enjoy the math component of things, so I mean that's partially why I like automation games. Meanwhile, this game it out just creates chaos. I am so close. Do you have any idea how easy it would be for me to automate making thousands upon thousands of explosive charges and then just dropping them everywhere? There is no reason why this cavern is full of life. I could end it all just so very easily. And do you have any idea how easy it is? Like, look at all of this mess over here. If I were to just take this and just click once there, and then over here. Look at spaghetti that gets automatically. Look at that blue trail of spaghetti that just gets automatically placed. I don't even have to think about doing all the twists and turns. I just click once and drag, and look at. I could just click at any point in time here, and all of this becomes real and placed. And do you have it? Like, this is not okay. None of this is okay. The amount of spaghetti you can make in this game, it's ridiculous. You can absolutely go crazy with this, and I have been tempted. Encouraging spaghetti is dangerous. Yes it is. Alright, so, load balancer, working, well, it's not actually working full bore because everything's still backed up. But now we have all the resources we need to go up there, and this should be nice and intact. This is... okay, that's fine. Yeah, we're all green. Love to see it. So now I need to distribute this guy. Let's purge this segment here for a moment, because this needs to distribute across all of these lines. And ideally... okay. This is going to become spaghetti very quickly. No. Alright, distribute. We need to split one more time. Huh. If I were to instead put the splitter here, I would then have to put one of these here, which I think I could do. Probably be cleaner doing this. Yeah. Why split? Please. Why does auto split hate me so much? Why does auto split always hate me so much? Why can't we have nice things? Please, split. Okay. It's fine. Put the splitter here. It's fine. It's functionally the same thing. Okay. What I wouldn't give for overflow routers instead. Alright, so that will split 50-50. 50 goes into the main processing room. This goes into the fuel production facility. Fuel production facility grabs it from those two layers and splits it across all these machines, which is going to be woefully insufficient, but that's a later problem. And one that's relatively simple to fix. If I put a monorail track right here, it fixes it all up real quick. And I have the two outputs. Okay, so all of this is operational. Now, once I get this actually going onto the main transport logistics bus, then we'll have a fully operational system once again, and our fuel production will come back online. Great. Which means it is time to check on up here, because this is where the main chaos has started today, and this is where it's gonna be. We no longer need this semi-auto crafting system. Let's check on the other semi-auto crafting system. Are you still operating? You are not. Which means we should have only 500 processors? Okay, well, I can work with that. Go. Do processor things. This backwards. I did this backwards. Oh well. Need to do this. Click all this off. Nope. Go away. Grab you. Clear you up. There we go. Alright. Problem solved. There we go. Let's just drag all of you out. Put all of you in here. Good. This is operating once again. I like the animation here. You guys look at it. It's creating a ball of gloop, which gets compressed down into a processor. And then it does it again. It's like 3D printing, but metal. And also gloopy. Which is cool. Bloop. Okay. Alright, that's good. Now I'm back up to the main processing layer. As we have... I need to ramp all these up here. Does this work? I just let it all back one level. Okay. Everything back one layer. There we go. Put the crouch under here. Seen that laser welding was 3D printing. It was 3D printing with metal. Both exist and works well, right? I am aware. I haven't. None of my friends actually own any laser 3D printers, or not laser 3D, like metal 3D printers. But I am aware they both exist and have seen them in operation, which is quite interesting. Do I want to have these on level 0 of the bus? Probably. This doesn't really matter. Actually, probably not. I probably want to have iron on level 0. By the way, this will do. Put a light back up here. This button. Torches into the torch slot. Up you go. Up you go. Alright, so each one of these needs a slot on the bus, and I guess I'm not really going to be bringing much up from here, am I? What am I bringing up from here? The blue stuff, just the blue stuff, and I think I just want one belt of the blue stuff, I think. So let's get rid of this. I will leave the slot here for more than one belt if necessary. But, oh my god, there's so much of it. It's so big. That should start clearing out sooner or later, once this gets... Holy smokes, is that really the throughput of this thing? No. It's still on, it's still charging up, as it were. Okay, so let's get our one conveyor belt here. Please. Please. Connect. Why you're like this? Alright. Alright, so we'll have our coolants come in from here. Now I just need to run all this in here. I am literally gonna merge it into... This is not gonna fit all in one track. It needs at least 2. Because it's just too much coolant. Fine, I'll bring 2 up. Or Mark II belts. Am I gonna need to... Let me count this again. I have 4 here. Plus 2. It's gonna be 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Uh-oh. 4, 5, 6, 7. Uh-oh. We're, our bus is a little small. At least for all of this. These become... Do I need the throughput of 2 of those is the question. Or can I just directly set them onto a... That's kind of a lot. Let me check. Do I need to do the same thing down below, or I process them into Silverthorn coolant first? Does anything else take Silverthorn extract directly? Lights take Kindlevine. Mining charges take Shiverthorn extract directly. And I'm going to need to autocraft those. However, it does seem that a majority don't. What does it take to make coolant? Metal or iron and limestone. No, that needs to go up directly as is, which means I need to bring 2 runs up. So luckily, this is easily expandable by a +1. I say as if this will not be taken down at some point, or at least shrunk. I don't mind expanding it here, strictly because as we increase tech level, we will get the ability to get Mark II belts, which means we can shrink it again. So as long as it works now, it's fine. Because I can always adjust it later. I can adjust it to smaller later. I can't adjust it larger later. My god, this is going to be a nightmare. And still potential for the devs to add more content that will necessitate a degree of planning. Yes. Which is also partially why I'm doing it like this, so I can load up the save later. Either way, all of this needs to go somewhere else. Let us bring out the black hole, the singularity shovel. Create a space for our boxes. And all this digging I've been doing. Actually cutting through a coolant backlog. Ah, yeah, something hot and heavy. Alright, let's drag you guys. Oh my god, it's so much plant matter. Oh, I'm so thick. Oh boy. Figure factor is a bit too much throughput. It doesn't have enough. It doesn't have enough throughput is the problem. So, the way this game works, the way it's currently balanced, is you are limited by your inserters more than anything else. As in, I need all, 8 inserters here in order to have this thing function at half the machine speed. Which is not amazing, because it means the machine it's way too fast for the inserter. Similarly, the speed of the belt, each of these belts can handle something like 8 regular inserters, which is, it's crazy, the difference. So it really encourages players to shove everything onto a single belt, because you can't get things off the belt fast enough, or put things on the belt fast enough for it to make a difference. But then, once you have everything on a single belt, now you need 4 machines, which really punishes you for trying to put everything on a single belt. It's like, but this is fine. Alright, so I want 2 belts of this blue stuff going up to, up top there. I am thick and laden with loot. Get out of my pocket, please. There's an opening for a joke about thick with plant matter and too many grits. No idea what you're talking about. If you want that kind of joke, those kinds of jokes, you have to go to the OnlyFans account. Speaking of OnlyFans, I need to check the meta since the patch. No way to get 100% efficiency. Oh, I am not trying to get 100% efficiency. I'm just trying to create a system that doesn't choke itself to death after an hour. Which is a reoccurring problem. If I were trying to just semi-auto everything, which has pretty much been what I've been doing so far, just semi-auto everything, that works really well. It's super easy to do that, but setting it to full auto just chokes out everything. It's crazy. Okay, I did take that into account properly. Alright, so these two just need to go directly up top. So I'll have just 2 runs? Just 2 runs. Here. Okay. We could be legends. This just makes me want my music. The saddest part about streaming for me is that I have to turn off my usual music. And while these songs are great, I miss my usual music. Legality issues, yes! I'm allowed to enjoy my usual music privately, but copyright? It hurts! It slaps super hard. Okay, so we should have everything all set up here. And this should have some... It does. So now when we look up here, everything should have resources on it. Indeed they do. So now the resources I am missing are iron and copper. And that will bring us up to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 lines total. Now I just need to get iron and copper out of these boxes. Which is the obnoxious part because there's no easy way to do that. You started playing Mechabellum? They had another way to shoot down missiles and a way to give help to towers. Yeah! I read the patch notes. It looks interesting, and I need to play it to see how it works out. I suspect I don't have much suspicions, but that's soon. How did I solve the power problem in this game? You've only had time to start watching tonight, caught up on what I did before today. So, due to what I noticed very early on, ratio catastrophe, I decided to semi-autocraft everything. I did not do full auto crafting. I didn't invoke the idea of ratios at all. All I did is say, hey, drop a miner. I can show you. Let me show you the mining system. We'll give a brief tour real quick. All I did, very simple. Right out the gate, early game, I took miners. I could actually show you what I did at the very first start. It's functionally the same thing. All I did is take a pair of miners, give them a system, give them a fuel system so that they have unlimited fuel by virtue of a belt feeding system, and then have them output directly to a furnace, and then a furnace directly into a box. So all I have to do is input fuel here, which will then split out, trickle down to every one of these miners, trickle down into every one of these smelters, and then all these smelters output directly into a box. And then I just stacked this full of plant matter and walked away for literally 6 hours. Like 6.5 maybe even 7 hours. I think it was about 6.5 hours. When I came back, sucker was full. It was great. That is how I solved the power problem. By not solving it. I just loaded it full of plant matter and let it go. Then, when I came back from my exploration, I took all of those great and glorious resources and turned them into various goods. By various goods, I mean I started building a factory. And the first thing I did was just threw down... I did this. I'll show you exactly what I did. Threw down one of these, put a box here, a box here, had this guy input, what is it called? Plant mass? And this guy input limestone, set this guy into making biobrick, and then output biobrick to a box. And then I built 3 more of these. And then I just manually split all of my limestone into all of my biomass in here, and it just produced biobricks. And wouldn't you know it, do you remember all those hours I spent running around? I got entire boxes of this stuff. So I just grabbed everything from there and chucked it right into, split it multiple ways into these boxes, which then just started creating biofuel. And then every hour or so, maybe like every 2 hours, I'd come over here, see a box that had some proper biobrick fuel into it, manually run it over the machines, and split it into the necessary boxes, which is really easy to do because I just got to split it 3 ways. And then that's power issues solved for all the mines and such. More of the power pads for the factory part. Hand-cranked water wheels. You have mass water wheel farm. Oh yeah, at some point I just decided to do the same semi-auto crafting system. Mass produce like 100 water wheels and 100 cranks, and then just placed everything. And now I have power. I don't have to worry about it. Actually, how much power do we have? Other than more than I need. We're rocking out at 13.2 megawatt. Didn't realize there's so many hours in the game. Well, I spent a lot of time running around exploring and not building a factory. I have not spent much time at all building a factory in the factory game. But then again, I didn't need to, because I've been running semi-auto crafting everything. This is all that's left of my semi-auto crafting, which is currently semi-auto crafting processor units, which I almost have enough now to go up to the next tech level, if I so pleased. What is the giant mass of purple research things for? So that is my science. I have to have a giant science mushroom in order to unlock science, of which I have unlocked all purple science. I now need to do blue science. Have a good night. Have a good night, Raider. Have a good night, Miss Raider. I'll catch you another day. Okay. Question: what would my reaction be if some random person walked in my house and kicked every door so hard they shattered like old rotten wood, then calmly left? They would make it through about 1 door. Okay, SVN, I'm from Florida. How do you think that's going to work out for the person who makes it through door number 1? Like, they had best announce themselves as police beforehand. Or there's gonna be a problem. Okay. Let's get all this running up here. Let's do... Oh, Florida door 1 was mistake, exactly. I was like, wait a minute. Think about that one for a second. To be fair, you have a kukri under your bed for similar reasons. That's the most Australian sentence I've heard in a while. Okay, so this will be copper or iron. This will be whatever is in my inventory right now. It's iron. And this guy, because how boxes work, needs to merge into here with this, which I hate how this works, by the way. It is very Factorio, but I also hate it. Just because it's Factorio doesn't make it good. Iron goes in the iron box. And now we do exactly the same thing here for the copper line. Except copper line goes up 1 level. And around. There we go. Shotguns. You say that like we don't have tactical alligator just sitting under the bed the whole time. Don was hanging out in the backyard today. Didn't get a picture of him though. Pocket Don for throwing at whoever comes kicking on the door. Don can be quite snappy at times. Always very whippy. Okay, we now have copper. We have a run of copper and a run of iron. It's beautiful. Pocket alligator. Yes. They don't fit particularly well in the pocket, but doesn't mean we can't try. Like pocket sand, but more teeth. Florida Man ruins Robber's Night classic. I still don't know why people use it. Like, there's some places that you don't go kicking in people's doors. Florida and Texas are like top 2. Okay, let's just put all this onto the what is it called? The bus. So that's copper. We now have coolant level 1. Yes. Coolant level 1. That is not the appropriate level. Because this is coolant number 2. Okay. I don't even know why I'm putting this up there. I'm not going to use... I mean, I guess I am going to use both. They're just going to flow through and it's going to go directly into the overflow. Oh, How do you like this? It's like one of these is going directly into overflow. The other one is actually going to get used. Okay. So the way this works is I need to go this way, and I'm this way, and then let's do this for the sanity purpose. Go, and then this goes this way. Here. And around the bus we go. We have another item available. And around we go. Around we go.
Came from a broken home. I've seen so many people go. Learn to make it on my own. It's easier for me to be alone. So how
Next.
keep cutting through.
Funny dwarf roguelite. Oh no. What have you posted this time? Why is... Oh my god. Sorry, I got distracted. Friend sent me something on Discord. Cave crawlers. Plays dwarves searching for glory, armor, power, loot in the form of armor, weapons, potions, hidden items underground. Alright, so funny dwarf roguelite, you say. This looks very dark and darker, but pixel and risk of rain, which is okay. And we are full on the bus. Excellent. Best part about it is free. Oh, it is, really. I did not notice that. I like the waterfall. And I appreciate that we have plugged it with science. Okay, so we now have a successful Tier 1 or raw resources bus. It's so pretty and blinky. Alright, next we purge every piece of this. All of it gets purged. Although I should probably focus on getting the raw resources overflow done before working on this. That way we can get our machines operating. Because biofuel production is kind of important. By kind of important, I mean extremely important. It's the only thing keeping our main resource production online. Lord knows I've had it offline for a long time. Alright, so in order to create a mall, an overflow of raw resources, I just need to get this set up to run it to something. I could set the overflow inside here, probably. This will just fit here, and then I could run this. Yeah, let me do that. That's not going to work very well. But could it work? I'd have to do half and half, I think. Stagger the placement. The problem, so the problem is this here. It needs to come down, which I guess I could just do. It just looks messy. I liked the way I did this system because it just runs directly into here, and I could expand it that way. That's digging. It's fine, I guess. I'll just run them back that way. Okay. And away we go. Diggy diggy hole, diggy diggy hole. This way. The friends you have play PlanetSide only. It's understandable. And PlanetSide is a relatively good game. I really am concerned about it. Its lifespan. Because well, all games come to an end, but with PlanetSide it's hung on for so long. It gives hope that it could last for longer. It's just the news about it keeps getting worse and worse. It's so much nicer not having to wait on heat dispersion from them all. Yeah, we're starting to run low on coolant though, so we need to get that operational. But we've got enough for now. For now. When PlanetSide dies, will be very sad. A lot of people will, yes. It'll be a sad time, but a well-deserved time, I think. You know my opinion on the matter. The sooner PlanetSide dies, the sooner we can have an attempt at something similar to PlanetSide 2 or PlanetSide 3. But I'm happy to see it live. It does deserve life. It's done very well. And it's in a niche that doesn't really exist outside of, well, PlanetSide. Though kinda now Battle Pit. Kinda. Emerald 842 online. not terrible. Not a full server, but not terrible. Weird floating rock. We have Planetside 2, it's called Planetside 2. But yeah, but I do genuinely enjoy BattleBit more than Planetside. It's just that I wish BattleBit had more aircraft capabilities because I like flying. But I understand that it's not a significant part of the game. Flying isn't for everyone, or for most people. Alright, so what I'm doing now is going to have to be undone. Probably quickly, but I want to do it anyways. Because I want to have these machines running while I start the, Do I? No, 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 stop it. It's fine. I'm gonna have to... Oh, that's... gonna be a lot of intermediates. I guess I can live with it. He's have to go temporarily someplace else. We are encumbered. Have a good look. Have a good night out there, Andromeda. Catch you later. Okay, so I just need these boxes somewhere. Because we are very encumbered. And I don't need them to be particularly sorted. I just need them out of the inventory. Okay. Good. Next, now we start doing actual machines. We start off, I'll probably do it vertically like this, because that feels right to me. And we just start from one side, go to the other. I'll start with iron, so we need one of these doing iron. And we just straight pull off the iron line. Load it in. That's the wrong way. This is the joy of the bus. We literally just pull it off the iron line. Input in. And export. And then we yank it out. And now we have an entire thing fully automated. All I have to do is put it somewhere, the output somewhere, which I will do once I've done some more of this setup. Pull off the iron line again. And output. Excellent. And next. What's next? I don't think anything else here is particularly keen on the whole. Let's do some copper next. Okay, let me check. We got 2 iron onlys. So this is now copper. So we need to bring something off the copper line. Drag you into here. And what am I looking for? Looking for this button. And then export. then out. And now we do this. And you will also be off the copper line. Not there. Here. I may need to remove some of these inserters to adjust the flow rates of copper and iron and such. But I can do that after putting all these down and testing and seeing how the throughput rates actually pan out. Copper wire. Out. Okay. This is not working? Oh, it is working. It just takes a while. Okay. Next, we do mechanical components, which I have half a mind to make 2 of. But mechanical components just take copper and iron, so we drag something off of the iron line, and then drag one off the copper line. Hello there, Justin. Welcome in. Mechanical components, and then outputs. We'll do output right here. That'll work. Alright, and then we'll do what's next? Next one goes down. What's the next one I want to do? This requires tier 1 intermediates. This requires tier 1 intermediates. This requires tier 1 intermediates and tier 2 intermediates. This requires tier 1 intermediates. Okay, so we'll do plant matter fiber here. Alright. Plant matter fiber comes from this line.
Everything you need is inside you. You just need to see what's in front of you. Don't listen to their words, do your own thing. Just listen to yourself and make it happen.
And good. So now we have this operational. I have half in mind to make a second one of these, but we'll just have to live with that as is for now. I can always make a second one just by literally building it anywhere along the line, which is kind of the whole point of how this system works. Alright, next. This requires tier 1 intermediates. Okay, so now we have all the tier 1 intermediates done. Now we gotta start working on tier 2 intermediates, which requires putting these on the bus and utilizing them. So now we need to recreate this bus, except add in all of these. So I'll be adding a second bus here. Okay. How do I want to handle this? In terms of merging buses, I guess it's not that hard. It looks so pretty. Why is this not? Oh. Yeah, fair enough. It's just very slow to produce because this has been... This will not produce for so long as this is not flowing, which means I need to make this flow. And we're not doing that right now. Alright. So I need to wrap this around. I really don't want to wrap this around because the moment I wrap it around, I cut the edge of how much this can go. Alternatively, I could split these off here and have this. I could put splitters here and have a second run go this way, which I think is the better way to do it. That way I could have continuous production going this way as necessary, and I could have the second bus present here. Okay. Okay. However, due to the nature of the auto splitters, I have to literally slide all of this over by one, which is just obnoxious. But that is what it is. So we're just gonna do it. Doing the Factorio main bus strategy. Yeah! So mechanically, this game it's Factorio, mechanically. So, I'm happy to work with that. Things that work in Factorio work here because, well, it's intended that way, I think. Thus, the main bus. I intend to have different sections of the bus. I'm going to be doing the different phases. Specifically, this phase is all raw resources, like all unprocessed or basic processed raw resources. In the lower levels of the factory, I have all the basic processing happening. So we get raw resources that have already been processed once so that they're actually usable raw resources. But on this layer, all the way at the top, we're using the raw resources. So this is the main raw resource bus where we have all the resources available, which will then be used for things. Are there blueprints? There are not. At least, there are not currently. Alright, so the main bus expansion goes this way. No. Not like this. You can't do me like this. Please. Please, no. Let me... Okay. I'm not gonna question. Stop it. What is happening here? Why are you affecting... Well, that's just messy. Alright. We have the main bus extension. So this will be, aside from completely blocking this off, this will be the method of which we continue our extension. So this will branch off to include the tier 1 intermediates. And then we'll have a larger bus that's like twice the size of this one that includes both the raw materials and the tier 1 ingredients, or tier 1 intermediates. But that will be placed after this, of which I will give it a little extra space here because I can, and then start replacing all of our intermediate production once again. Let's slide this a little bit further out as well. There we go, at least a space of 3. I like having a space of 3 because it seems to work well for being safe. Alright. We have these, and then output. And then we do this again. Then iron components, and then out. I'm looking for this button. This button. And then the next one. Of which we're now doing copper. So we need basic copper stuffs, which we grab from the copper line and just throw you out here. Okay. Are the belts upgradable? If not, will there be throughput problems as the factory gets bigger? There are upgradable belts, and I do not see how they will help us immensely with the throughput problems. So we're just kind of accepting that we will have endless throughput problems, and our solution to it is just design this system such that it won't back up and ever choke itself. Thus, the reason why I built the load balancers down below. And as long as it doesn't choke itself, we could just AFK, and the problems will reach our goals. But yeah, that's the world we're living in now. My brother's power went out. Speaking of power out, I saw when I was out for my stroll earlier, I saw a potential problem with the local power, in that one of the power transformers was flat. You ever see those power transformers outside, you know, boxes with a bunch of cabling in it and such? Yeah, it was flat. I assume some heavy-duty machinery accidentally rolled over it. But I can only imagine it's largely unhealthy for the power system in my community. Hello there, BR. I'm glad you enjoy. I'm happy to please. Okay, and this one needs to be wire. Great. And off the belts. This is too close. Need to go here. Off the belts. Out. And wire. Wire is one of these that takes forever to craft. I'm probably gonna need more of those. Next. At the moment, I only intend to do one of each intermediate. One of each of these tier 1 intermediates. Although I will be absolutely expanding that as we move on. Okay, yeah, all of these take tier 1 intermediates, making them tier 2 intermediates. So that's it. Mechanical components and plant matter frames. This one is mechanical components. So we need one for iron and one for copper. There we go. Okay, and now we do plant matter frames. Okay. And we have plenty of space to go that way for as long as we could desire. Alright, plant matter frames go this way. Plant matter fiber goes this way. Better. And then output plant matter frames. It's beautiful. So all tier 1 intermediates, once again, have been reinstated. Except this isn't working. Because these are facing the wrong way. The rest of them are working. Great. Hello there, Elliot. Welcome in. I mean, if you have enough production, but the rest of your factory eats materials too fast, even if you upgrade production, your belts can't move it fast. So the choke point is not the belts or the machines. The choke point are the inserters. These inserters move something like one item every 2 seconds, which is far less than the something like 5 items per second that these belts do. So even if you're running 8 inserters off of a single tier 1 belt, it's just about barely enough. So it's not a problem. It really isn't a problem. And the machine speed based on the crafting recipe varies greatly. Some of these machines, notably these threshers down here, produce 8 items of output for every 1 item of input. And you only have 6 outputs. You only have a potential 6 outputs. So the maximum items output you can get is less than the crafting per second. So threshers are just a miserable experience, where inserters are... The inserters are just not... You can't output from the machines fast enough. Sometimes you can't input from the machine to the machines fast enough. So the belts are not the choke point ever. Like, you have to be pulling crazy amounts off the line in order for the belt to be the choke point. Basic inserters move 17.5 items every minute. Yeah, that sounds about right to me. Yeah, that's stupid slow. The fast inserters are just about twice that, making them like... What is that? Twice of 17.5. So the basic inserters are just shy of 1 item every 2 seconds. I mean, the fast inserters are just shy of 1 item every 2 seconds. It's crazy. So we're not concerned about processing speed here at all. Don't know if that's bad game design or intentional. I mean, it's the same kind of way in Factorio, except inserters in Factorio are mostly faster. Well, it isn't different. I mean, it isn't bad, it's just different. It's different in a way that I don't like. But we need to make a bus that's twice this size and put it where that wall currently is. So what I'm going to do for the moment is just start digging. Actually, I want my... I'd have to run all 4 of these. Wish I could have a trash can, just void it all. Everything backed up, not producing. Yeah, I need to have I removed all the temporary storage, all the overflow, so I could get it running up here properly, and I could put it back. I just don't particularly want to. You know, actually, now that I think about it, I could put it right here. And then not have to be as concerned about it. Because now that this isn't intertwined, I could just do this. In, out. And then this will be temporary overflow storage. We won't have to worry about that. And that'll be temporary and a potentially more permanent solution. I don't need to worry about this because this has a load balancer on it, but this needs to be taken care of. There we go. So that should get that one running, and now I need one more here. But because I don't have a bend for this one, it's going to be painful. Okay. Alright, so now this should unbunch all of this. This I'm content to leave backed up because we have a load balancer on here. Load balancer will split everything onto these for so long as this is running, and this should be running indefinitely now. Here the coolants is running, which means that the coolants has these same overflows. So the plant matter will produce for so long as the plant matter can, and so long as plant matter is not backed up fully, then plant matter will produce, which is the important one. And plant matter will not be backed up for so long as we have the furnaces run out. It's still looking a little rough over here, but these are coming online again. It's fine. This will start producing, which is still painful to see, just because it's not much, and it isn't fast, and it's not nearly fast enough to supply all 4 of these machines. So, like, I need more than that. Let me do this. Because this is to the fuel production, which is kind of important. So that will help with the fuel production. Okay, I thought I had more here. It's because I did have more here. Oh, we're so thick. It sounds like copium. Nah, we actually have a system in place to get it done, as you could see. I've prepared for such things, I just didn't want to do it. Can you do the insert thing to insert for right angles? I do not understand the question. Everything here is on a grid. Everything is right angles. box inserter, ground inserter, machine belt. Box inserter, ground inserter, machine belt. So for the purpose, you can do that, yes, SVN. However, you have to put them into something, which can just be a belt. Like, I can do this and have these two connect, so that they will, this guy picks something up from a box and puts it on this belt, which is then instantly picked up by this guy and moves somewhere else. If I don't have the belt here, then this guy won't drop it, and therefore they can't grab it directly from each other. But I mean, you just put a single piece of belt there. This is not working because it needs mechanical, electrical components, which are not currently being auto-crafted. So what we're gonna do is convert you into making plant matter frames. Okay, you good? Great. Great, love to see it. Okay. Okay, now that those are running again, I don't need this running currently, but... Did I put something in these? Oh yeah, I did. Oh yeah, I did. Okay. Alright, I don't need to expand the tier 1s off anymore, so let's start working on tier 2s. Diggy hole. Remember hearing that inserters are slightly faster than belts? That is not correct. That is very much so not correct. Inserters are measured in the seconds per item. Belts are measured in the items per second. They are very, very different speeds. One is notably faster than the other, and it's not the inserters. Thank God, because otherwise grabby hopscotch would have been optimal and very painful to set up. Yeah. Yeah, that's not the world we're living in. Actually have in mind to start auto-crafting some coolant. There's a reason I don't auto-craft some coolant. There are explosions for mining? There are. I don't want to handcraft them right now, but they are on the list of things I intend to auto-craft alongside this next bunch, which will happen immediately after setting up the tier 2 intermediates bus, which we're currently working on that. Let me auto-craft up some coolant here, yeah? For reasons. I've got a perfectly good bus here that I could use to do that. Coolant requires iron components, shiverthorn, and limestone. So let's put it over here. Iron components here. Shiverthorn and limestone. So we'll just pull something off. Shiverthorn line. Run you into here. And then limestone. And then an output of, how much does this make? 2, okay. Coolant production. Obviously this is not going to last very long, but I don't want to have to, at this point it's easier than semi-auto crafting, so we're going with it. Today's 10 game gonna make a million explosives, make a giant cave. Oh yeah. Oh, I fully intend on doing that. Like, that's not even a question. It's just a matter of when. And the answer to that is actually coming soon. We have very real steps to do that, and we're getting close to it. The steps are simple. Dig out this big open expanse manually. Well, with a black hole. Construct tier 2 item bus. Then use tier 2 item bus to produce tier 2 intermediates. Probably then may need to, well, for the tier 2 intermediates I can make decisions from there because nothing uses none of the intermediates use the tier 2 intermediates. So if I were to then make a bus out of all that, then I will have every material available. At the end on a single bus, which can be used to produce literally everything. You know, these inserters are also intermediates. This is a tier 2. So this is actually a 1, 2. This inserter is actually a tier 2 intermediate, which is used to create the other inserters. So that's on the same level as a processor unit. Is it? Wait, is this tier 3? 1, 2. This is a tier 3 intermediate. Yuck. Yeah, this is just a tier 2 intermediate. Okay, well, things are gonna get messier. Can live with it. If there's only that one tier 3 intermediate, I could short circuit the bus. Messy as that would be. That way I don't have to make an entirely separate bus expansion. Although, if I do that, then I'll be cutting myself short if they ever add another intermediate. Probably don't want to do that. Just bite the bullet, make an entire bus for one processor production facility. Yay, coolant. I suppose you don't have junctions. I do have junctions. Well, I have splitters and mergers. I don't, not proper junctions. But also we have 3D space, so like I could just kind of... What is a junction but one belt that goes over another? Verticality. That says literally what I'm doing here. Oh, whoa. You know, that's another thing that still gets me, the mouse acceleration in this game. If I move the mouse too quickly... Oh boy, do we do 360s. Come on, you can do it. Okay. No. It's fine. Okay. Go from degrees single digit per second to full rotations plural per second with this one easy trick. Oh no. Actually burning through coolant here. To think, we've been running off coolant since the beginning of the game. Entirely off of salvaged coolant we've found around the world. Instead of, you know, making it for ourselves until now. The stack 4-6 green inserter is faster than Mark 1, but that would be it. Is that true? Because I've used stack inserters before. I'm actually using them right here. And they are certainly not faster than a Mark 1, although I'm aware they can be upgraded. And the ones I have are not upgraded. So, I don't know if that changes at some point. You don't believe this has an upgrade speed or area for digger? There are upgrades for the digger. I don't remember where it is here. I don't have the upgrades. There's an entire upgrade tree for it. Which I am aware increases digging speed, as well as size. I just don't have most of the upgrades, owing to my tech level. Mind you, I could get to the next tech level just by doing the same semi-autocraft trick, but I want to actually produce the factory. So I'm doing that. Okay. Thinking about an alternate bus design, which is somewhat more compact, but also smaller. I mean, it's somewhat. It would potentially be somewhat more compact, but would also be, well, less grand, and it would also be more complicated to use. Thinking of, let's say something like this. And instead of going up like this, we instead just go back down. Like so. And I could have one go this way, another go this way, another go this way. And then alternate. Does this work? Because if I want something from this belt back here, I can just knock this out and go this way. But it has to go up and over, in which case this is here. So no, this wouldn't work. I would have to have additional space between them and widen, which I don't want. Okay. Why'd you stairs over power floors for the bus? That's just easier to build. Mechanically, they're exactly the same thing. I need something that is just a block, and stairs are just a block, power floors are just a block. But when I want to do stairs, I could do this, and now I have a set of blocks on a diagonal which I could work with. If I want to do that with power floors, I have to do this. And then go back and delete like that so it works, which is just obnoxious to get the same effect of clicking and dragging once on the stairs. And also stairs are just, they're easy to work with. That's literally the only reason. Okay, take out this guy. Did I finish this? I did not. Away we go. Very no convenience versus minimal lighting. I mean, power floors don't give lighting, so that's not a meaningful factor to use them. They have lights on them, but they do not themselves cast light upon the world. You still need to have lights in the area in order to see anything that's going on. Junctions look useful. You just go up. It's the joy of playing. It's the joy of 3D worlds. Something you can't do in Factorio is just go up and over. This, what we're looking at here, is a junction. That's kind of the whole point. I was just curious if I could merge them. There we go. This is gonna be one massive bus. There's so many intermediates to play with. I do appreciate that they actually give us an intermediates tab that shows us all the intermediates we have. Like all the intermediates in the game. Let's see. We'll continue knocking the rest of this out until we reach parity with it. Alright, nice. This is relaxing. Much as we are playing with singularities, casting the unfire upon the desolate rock. I was tempted to build out in the open cavern, but I find this to be, there's just too much, in all the caverns there's just too much stuff in the way. It's just easier to dig through. Like having to deal with all the pre-existing areas. Like I don't have to worry about encountering a protected zone here. Which is a huge benefit. Can you go up with the other design I tried? This design? That's what I've done. That's how we created a junction there. And the whole back of the serial of the bus is overlap. Well, I guess we've lined it up so it's not a whole lot of overlapping, but there is some there. Perfect. And this should have it lined up such that we've met with this. Great. Now we can figure it out. Come on. Go up. Excellent. Why are you like this? Destroy. These things is not like the other. I think I knocked it too far in. Didn't. It's perfect. Just the way I like it. Please destroy. Please destroy. There we go. And good. Alright, now I just need to clear out this floating chunk of matter. near floating chunk of matter. There we go. The alternate one I tried for a sec. The alternate one I tried for a second was I tried to go up and then down to interweave to play with verticality a bit more, but that didn't. It wasn't gonna pan out because I would need more horizontal space to actually work. Which is fine. Hey there, Rabbit Head. Welcome in. How you doing today? Happy. Clear it all out. I think I'd just start building the bus so I could see how much taller it needs to be. Because it's gonna need to be taller than what I currently have, and I need to see it, because this is gonna be massive. This is gonna be a monstrous creation. Like, it's gonna be crazy. And quite pretty to look at. Putting fiber on it, or just frames? This is gonna have everything, so... Guess I don't need to put everything on it. Probably just frames. Because nothing uses fiber. Light sticks use fiber. I should put fiber on there. Everything else gets used at some point directly as well. Is I need Kindlevine and Shiverthorn. I need fiber for the lights. And I need limestone, iron, and copper. And that's everything. So yeah, everything goes on the bus, on this bus, including the raw resources, because they all get used for tier 2 intermediates. Okay. So this now needs to go. We should have lots of coolants, or at least a healthy amount. Get rid of temporary use. Can you make a diamond-shaped bus? I mean, I probably could. I don't particularly want to, but I probably could. What purpose would a diamond-shaped bus serve? Like, I don't see why I couldn't make a diamond-shaped bus. For now, this bus needs to have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Needs to have 15 different inputs, outputs. Internal and external belts. Interior and exterior belts. So create a diamond-shaped bus and then have the inside of the diamond sufficiently large that I can put things inside of it. I do not see how that is more effective than just this. That sounds like it's making things more complicated for the sake of making things difficult, which, while often fun, isn't exactly what I'm going with here. What number did I say? 8, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Oof. Okay, so for 15, have enough space here to work with things. It's fine. It's 1, 2. Let's just do this. Add count. So we have 1, 2, 3. Is that good enough? That should be fine. Hopefully. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So this is to go 3 higher. Oh god. What have I done? Gonna be here a hot second. Although I guess it won't be that hot. I do have plenty of coolant. The mega bus. And to think we're gonna have to make another one of these to put all the tier 2 intermediates on it. And then there exists tier 3 intermediates too. Although I don't particularly need to use those for things right now. Like I could just kind of I could do a temporary run off the tier 2 belt to merge the tier 3 belt. Like I don't need to make an entire bust for that yet. I could also, I could wrap it around to put in the tier 2 one because it's only one, which I probably will do for now. Let me see. Okay. Just knock a hole in the floor here. Let's see where we're at. We in the wall? What's going on here? Yeah, okay. It's fine. Alright, so now we have some direction to work off of. Just spitballing meant having belts run on the inside so you could split them off of them if you need more space. Also, if you're building that bigger triangle, you could run belts inside. I could run belts inside. I just don't see the reason to, if that makes sense. It doesn't... If I need more space, I can just... that way. Pulling things off the inside here, while doable, doesn't really do anything for me. Anything that I can't just, like, I see no benefit to putting something in here when I could put something right here, if that makes sense. Other than just to use this space differently, which, I mean, I guess. It just seems like it's making something extra complicated and not expandable, not tileable. Which is fine, but this entire system is tileable, so I may as well use the tileable elements of it. More efficient use of space. It isn't that much more efficient use of space. So remember, if I build something in here, then anything that I build in here has to come out of here. And it can't go here, it has to go here. Which means if let's say I pull iron off of here, do a process here, I now have to somehow get it from here, across this, and then out to here. Which, in my mind, says I have to go all the way out here and then route it into this guy, which I could do, but again, now I'm just adding additional space this way when I have to do that to just put a processor machine here. It just doesn't seem effective to me to do that. It doesn't seem like a great idea to me. Or particularly... unless there's something I'm misunderstanding. I should probably reactivate the coolant crafting. But this should be enough additional headspace. Oh, getting encumbered here. Noticeably so. Perfect. That should be enough headspace. Let me see if I can... No, just dump it all into a box. I've got boxes right here, hiding away already. Perfect. That was a lot of stone. Okay. Explaining as well. No production in the triangle. You mean when you make tier 3 or add more material to the bus, you build the stairs on the inside of the big triangle to run them. So then how do you get it out of the big triangle once it's inside the big triangle? Let's say if I have another belt of material, let's say I've crafted these guys, and instead of putting them on a bigger triangle, I want to put it on this one. Instead I run a belt, and is now running through here, yes? On, let's say, another triangle. So let's say I have another belt going across here, like so. Oh, I deleted the wrong one, but I guess it makes the point anyways. So now I have inner belts running here, yeah? This is the idea, if I understand correctly. How does this help? How do I then use this? Let's say I want to turn this guy into using one of these recipes, which uses cogs and one of these other materials. Let's say iron, cogs, and copper, which I believe is, or wires and copper. If I want to make electrical components, I have wires and iron. I can bring iron from here, and wires, which are now running right here. How do I then utilize this? The triangle running the other way. This side? This side that is currently taken by a mass of conveyor belts? I put it on this half rather than inside? Like an upside down one inside. So I dig out the floor and extend it downward more. Is that the idea? I basically complete the other half. If I were to have an upside down triangle going down into the floor, I would make a diamond shape. Is that the idea? So not like this here. Oh, I deleted my floor. Sadness. If I were to make a smaller version, it would be something like something like this, where I currently have the belts running. Oh god, it is mess. Oh, not even. But if I were to have something like this and have the belts running this way. Go away. Why are you like this? And then once I've done going up, I then have them run here. You have to go power floors, I suppose. Like this is what you're saying. So then I have belts running like this, up and down. Not as big as the one you're using inside the empty space, so you have a diamond in the triangle. Is this something closer? I should even this out to make it less monstrous. There, diamond. Take the bottom half of what you built and build it directly in the center of the triangle. Okay, so take this and build it in here. Alright, so let's do... Okay. So if I were to do this That's just what that's exactly what I had before. That's what I was saying. That's what I had going here. With the belts. Literally the same thing. Just inside here. Like this. That's what I had here. You said no. It's... What? I seem to be misunderstanding something. This here is this right here. This is what you said I was no. And this is what you're saying is yes. I am misunderstanding. Working on Penny. We're inventing new levels of spaghetti. Alright, so we have inside the big triangle. Working on here.
It's what you want it to be.
3, 2, 1 instead of 1, 2, 3. As in, just slide this over a few blocks here. So that it's mirroring this side, or adjacent to this side instead of this side. The stairs part. Take the bottom half of what you built and built it directly in the center of the triangle, the stairs part. Alright. The bottom half. So we do this. Like so. Alright. Now I have the stairs part here. Go on. This exists, yes. What is step 2 of utilizing this? If it isn't put conveyors on it, because that's what was here. What is step 2 of using this, if not conveyors? Belts on top, great. I'll put a few more here for the sake of easy observation. Does this look at all familiar to, as if we literally just had this moments ago? First time it was stairs, next it was power floors. What next? Now comes the big question. We have belts on top. Let's say I were to put... I don't think I can actually put material directly on these. Let me put material on these so that we actually can see. Seems that visual aids are kind of mandatory right now. For understanding, let's put some basic material on here. Alright, let's say I have... Let's put an actual tier 2 on here. Only thing I've got... You know what? Let's say I've got these guys here. And I'll put basic one of you on here. Now there's room to pull off the belts from the inside. Alright, so I've got a belt here. It's got some basic goods on it. Now, I need cogs, and I need to mix them with copper in this for this output for this material. Alright, I've got copper right here. Easy, boom, done, it's in. Explain to me how I get cogs from inside here to outside here. Right here. How do I get cogs right here where this light is? I can get copper here real easy. Boom, done. How do I get cogs here? Please explain the method to do this. Because I've yet to figure that out, which was the entire reason for this tangent. You need portals? We don't have tesseracts. We haven't invented tesseract technology yet. Pull to the wall by deleting on stairs of the diamond, then go under the triangle. Alright, so here's the thing. You just invoked adding a height to the triangle. Do you see the problem here? Your solution involves making the triangle taller. Do you see the problem here? By one? Yes, by one. Alternatively, I could increase... I could just, you know, increase this by one and then put on it. Put the cog on it. That's a thing. That's anything here I don't want. That's fine. Oh, the stairs require, can the belts be self-supported? They can be self-supported. The stairs are just there because you have to place them on something, but once they're placed, they can be self-supported. You'll need to move one tile, not a 10,000 to run the belt. One tile, not 10,000 to run the belt. Only need to move one tile, not 10,000 to run the belt. I'm not sure I understand the comment correctly. Okay. Oh, we did it. We escaped. I think the was to raise only part of the triangle for the import line and then lower it. Why do you need to bring an outer material in? Why not just remove one of the stairs and import that way? bring an outer material in. Okay. Got any definitions of outer material there? Raise only part of the triangle for the import line and then lower it. So we have the import lines over here. Raise only part of the triangle for the import line. We have the import lines here. And then lower these. Which, I mean, it is how we export. As we can see here. Outer material referring to material on the outside. Then when you need to bring an outer material in, why not just remove one of the stairs and import that way? You should never need to... We should never need to bring a material on the outside of the bus to the inside. That's kind of the whole point. Like, I don't need to move materials to the inside for any reason. We're kind of avoiding that. Missing the power wall up one section on the stairs, and then tunnel the power floor. Just look messy and it's complicated. I mean, I don't mind complicated. And, well, we're not exactly the cleanest thing here. It's just... the messages coming in are quite difficult to understand, and I'm making an effort to understand them. I think I'm getting caught up on the details of the messages and missing the main point. You're misunderstanding the problem. I think we all are. I think we all are. Just so we're on the same page, what exactly is the problem? Alright, so I have 8 lines here, and I need to have all 8 of these lines available, plus the additional 7 lines? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5... 6, 7 lines, yes. So you need to have these 8 lines plus the 7 lines all available at the same location. Which is quite a substantially large structure. We have Valdez here in chat who is saying to instead of putting it all on a single file line like this, to use basically a double file line inside here. And I'm attempting to discern how that is more effective than just putting it on a single line, because, well, getting things out of there is a problem. I believe he's saying that if we punch through the floor, which is not dug, because I didn't do that, because I didn't dig through the floor, then we can, actually, I might have dug through over here. Yeah, I did. If we dig through the floor, then I can bring a, alright, belt underneath whenever I want to get it out, and bring it under the floor above here, and then back up through a hole, is, I believe is what is being said. Which I think actually would work, in so much as I never need to overlap, which will never be the case as long as I keep to this horizontal line. if I slide this whole thing up by 1 and leave space for that immediately, leave space for that, then I could do that. I'd say if I were to put a power floor here instead of this here, that way tier 0 is... I would just put in power floor for the sake of differentiating it. That way tier 0 goes here. And then we slide everything up by 1. So I still need a big triangle here. But I can also run a second one of these here underneath. And whenever... this would literally do the same thing here like this. And whenever I need something off of the belts, I could pull from here. Well, I would have to build a power floor here first to make that happen. What? Go down. Nope. Are you like this thing? This thing likes to automatically guess what you want it to do. So if I wanted something off this belt, I could do this, and if I wanted something off of one of these belts, I could knock a hole here and then do this. And in so much as I never need to pull 2 items off of this directly, I'd say I never need to do this, then it will work. Which this is explicitly designed to never require that, so this could just work. I believe is what's being stated here. Is that correct? Excellent. All right. We have understood. We have understood the assignment. Yes, I believe that actually to be better than what I was doing. And assuming I elevate everything up by 1, then it should be easier to work with. Or at least cleaner. Cleaner? It should at least be shorter. Okay. So yeah, I don't really want to go higher than this height because it's just obnoxious to deal with. But I could do 2 of these. And I probably want to have them split further apart because I want to be able to walk in there. Need to be able to walk in there. You like it as clean? Yeah, I do like that. Knowledge gained. Yes, knowledge gained. Thinking with vertical space. Just dig down if you want. I would prefer not to, because then we're talking about invoking a different direction than we have already been working on. If I dig down, then I have to start taking consideration the space between the floor and the ceiling, instead of just treating the ceiling as, well, a headspace. It is now working space, as opposed to just somewhere that's safe. Which is not amazing. It's like if I dig down, then I have to start worrying about having to worry about what's going to happen to these machines and such, because I'm invading this floor, so to speak. But I could elevate this up by 1, which is largely inconsequential. Especially given, you know, this. And then in doing so, I get the same effect. Sorry, so bad at explaining it. Hey, you know, practice with language is the only way to get good at it, you know? Lord knows, like, not exactly fluent German or Spanish. Spanish one is a little bit embarrassed about given my background. Okay. Please. Please destroy. Invading other floors never happens in construction and getting in everyone else's way. Never. Oh, yeah, no, totally. Never heard of it. Okay, come on. You know what? It's fine. We don't need to worry about it. Okay, so I need 15, probably 16, if I'm gonna... Because we only have one tier 3 intermediate, I'm keen to jank spaghetti, loop it back around, and put the output back into this input, like self-feed kind of deal. Just so I don't have to worry about making another bus for tier 3 intermediates. I could just put it on the same one. So for that, I do actually want to build extra spaces. Which I was going to build up higher into the ceiling. But I do like this idea. Okay, so to do this, it's going to be a good way to do this. A few more floors here. And I think just here should be fine. I think here should be fine. Okay. And there. Alright, so let's count it. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Let's knock one off of this top. And then bring this to the same level. So this should be... Oh. Here. Purge this. There we go. Excellent. You're drawing an MS Paint too. Hey, you finally got it. Alright. And this should bring this up to 10 once I construct this here. So we'll have 20 on the bus, and this will be the main bus, as I'll be self-feeding it from the output of this bus. Wait a minute. This is backwards. I need to have this go up to here, to 10, and then back down. And then once it's down, I need to put this on the inside. So yeah, I have this backwards. You forgot your to change your speed to be live as it's 10 seconds behind. Oh no. Because the slant here is the input side of the bus, as this will be belted all the way around. Actually, I could just knock this under then. And actually, I'm seeing another use for this. Because this is all coming in from this side, and I don't need to slant anything up as I do on this side, because this side's all used. This side, as you can see, this half is very used. But I don't need to do this again, because I don't need to run things directly up the slants. Instead, I guess I'm still going to run things up the slant, but yeah, I guess I'm still going to run things up the slant because of how verticality works in this. Okay. It's fine. down. This is the actual side of the bus which we will be using for production. Ah, come on. Good. Still means you need it to be taller, doesn't it? Because if this is 10, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Inside here is not going to fit 10. Because I need to have a belt that's set that's right about here. Goes to halfway. And then back here. Because, yeah, that's still about the best we're gonna get, isn't it? 'Cause I still need to have belts here. And I need to be able to stand on top of the belts. Which is, we're already pushing the edges of that. With it, oh, yeah, we are very pushing the edges of that. So I can't break, for a bus of size 10, this seems to be about the largest I can get the second bus to be. Which is not amazing. So if I were to have one of these up here, it would just go along the bus in the same kind of way. Look at picture. Where are you posting picture? Think. So alternatively, I would need to have, and I still need to have it ramping on the inside is the problem. Picture YouTube. I see no link or picture in YouTube chat if that's where you're posting it. It is very likely that YouTube ate the link because YouTube really doesn't like links. If you post it in the community Discord, you can post it there. Okay, so I still do need to actually increase this size. Which is fine. 10. Gonna increase this to, oh, I don't know. Give it 12. I can get 6 on the inside. Kind of want it to be bigger. So this bring, all right. So this will bring it up to 14. Will that be good enough? It should be fine. It's no big deal. I think we have one extra. We do. Let's wipe it out. And then down we go. Please, well, you know, go down. down now? Yes. Perfect. You're one massive bus. Go on. Fine. Now you let me place it here? Yes. Did I see a terrain? I did. And it's gone. Alright, so this is 14, size 14, which is not enough for everything we need. However, we can do the internal line, which should give us the extra few we need. Let's put down a bunch of lights. Because sanity. Okay. So this group just runs directly across. Nice. And then this goes right here. Hey, welcome back, fish. Now you know where every single Russian army unit is on the front in a few hours. A few thousand people will know too. Oh my, doing some Ukrainian special military operation coverage, are you? Oh boy. I vaguely remember you telling me that. Before. Just to make sure we're not clipping our heads through with this. This is fine. Yeah, we got some headspace here to play with. Okay. And needs to go one further back. Perfect. Alright, so we have inner triangle here. You can work with that. Excellent. That's really all we get out of it, which is fine. The joys of doing things big is we can do things like this, I suppose. Alright. You're editing the icons on the map. Oh. So you're the one who does all the pretty icons. Now that sounds like that right there is a lot of tedious work. Like, especially when I remember when I was doing one of the other works I'm working on is the narration stuff, and doing all the captions and such. It's crazy. It's a lot of work. Yeah, I see what you're going for there. Yeah, that's fine. I'm doing it like this because there's another thing that's Valdez, is something that you're missing there, in that you can't knock. It takes. There are no vertical conveyor belts. You can't go straight up, you can't go straight down. If I have a conveyor belt here, let me show you. The reason I'm doing it this way specifically. If you notice, it's functionally the same thing. You just have this inverted, but it's functionally the same thing. It's the same size on the inside. Like it is no different in terms of size. But when it comes, the reason I'm doing it like this as opposed to the way you have it is the only way to get from here, this elevated position, down here is to spend the directly diagonal distance. If I were to have something that's, if I were to invert this so that it goes like a V shape here, and I were to attempt to drag something down, I would have to drag it to, I can't drag it this way because there's something in the way. The alternative is to drag it this way, which brings it away from the direction of it being used. Try it. Like it's mechanically something that can't be done. I could show you exactly why. And say, let's just do one side here. And for the sake of doing it right, I'll replace this with power floors so that it is easy to see. What is going on here? Let's say I have, here, let me put a few more of these in here. It's easy to delete stuff. Let's say I have a bunch of belts here. And we've already completed, that's the max you can get. And I've already completed this, so I've got a bunch of belts here going this way, which I could probably just leave these here forever because this is where the belts are going. Alright. So I need to get things from here down to here. I need to get another thing from here down to here. And I need to get... why am I spending so much time on an example? It doesn't matter. Here down to here. And I need to... because I don't have this guy here yet. There we go. And I need to get one of these from here to there. So how do I do this? Well, I can't go this way. Let's say if I were to adjust this, put a power floor here. Just like here. Griffin, you're still making that stair pyramid. Oh no, we finished the stair pyramid. We finished the stair pyramid and got an entire row of processing going. We have all tier 1 intermediates done. This is Stair Pyramid Part 2. It is literally twice the size, and we've been discussing ways of optimizing it. Let's say I need to knock this through here. So if I were to do this and go here, this one actually does work. Why does this work? This works because... oh, it works because I get the... because I didn't go all the way to the top, and it actually fits this way. Okay. What I can't do is this one. Which I guess isn't that big of a deal. I just can't use that. Because this runs directly into the wall. If you notice, I can't bring it down. It doesn't work. So I can't do this, which means the maximum height I can get here is this guy. So this is the maximum height of the triangle on the inside, if I were to do this. Which is why I immediately discounted it and did this instead. Because this gets a height of 4, whereas this is a height of more in the same space. Because it's running alongside instead of against it. And it's just kind of easier to use. Does it sort? This is not a sorting system, no. Although I will be... I didn't put it centered. It's not going to change. It's not going to change how that. If I put it centered, all it does is slide it over and still gives the same problem running up against the side of this. Does that make sense? It's functionally the same. It doesn't matter. So I'm just going to do it like this because it's easier to work with. And also doesn't run into the collision problem up top. No need. Well, we're pre-sorting everything, so there's no this. So this system doesn't sort because it's already sorted. It's just transfer. Yeah, this can stay here. Okay. All right. Hello there, Soul King. Hey, welcome back. That's a name I recognize. Okay, so let's put all of the raw materials in their spots. We'll note that there is a discrepancy now in design between this one and this one, so we'll have to level everything up by 1. Alternatively, I could put the basics on this side. That would be interesting. Okay, gonna fill with assemblers, etc. Yes. How do I? 'Cause I can't go directly up with this. I can go directly up with it. Hey, sounds good to me, Soul King. Glad you enjoy. Yeah, I can because we've got the underneath design, I can punch it through underneath as well and just run it directly up the back. Alternatively, I could do. I guess it really doesn't matter. It's gonna be a disaster, anyways. Okay. End of break. Back to work. The sun is rising. Oh, that always hurts when you see it. Alright, so you go here. Just keep the order the same. I'll be here for a while yet there, fish. Then you go up. The whole up 1 thing is actually a problem. Okay, we're gonna do up 1 while we're over here, before it becomes a problem. Because this is actually going to cause a problem. Because of how the traversal conveyor belt restrictions work. All right. Up 1. There we go. And across. Up 1. Oh no. Is this going to be... Is that how that works? It's going to go backwards 1 every time? Why is it... Because it counts as 2 blocks. Oh my god. Okay. This is fine. Lessons learned for later. Also means I need to have another set of stairs that goes up here, which is fine. This is no longer fine. Okay. Okay. Ooh, go in. Alright, if I put it here, I should be able to auto snap here. And holy smokes! And then I can get rid of this spare one. Great. Next. Around and around and around we go. More materials. Do you know koi swim in pods? That way if they encounter danger, the ABC koi swim away, leave the decoy. Why are you like this? I haven't heard that one before. Alright. We will be retiring at least some of these conveyor belts once we unlock Mark IIs. Bum, ba-dum, bum. Aw. There we go. Alright, I'm looking for this button. You go across here. Excellent. Then over here. And it doesn't really matter. As long as you're up here for the moment. I will be extending it eventually. And the very soon category of things. But once this is in, we will start automation of pretty much everything worth automating. And now we need to knock these in. Actually, we'll start going up first. So I'll flesh out the top bit and then leave the insides for later. We'll do the big section first. You go up here. Right. And up you go. And once this is all filled up, then we'll do the inside group, the inside triangle. Yes. We're almost filled up over here. And we're about out of belts, which is not a surprise. Let's see, it just needs mechanical components. You know how we handle that. By slapping a bunch of these down somewhere, anywhere. Let's not put it here. Let's put it over here. Because this actually requires you. Actually, you know what? I know the perfect place. We have the tier 2 semi-crafter here. Let's do that. This is still go. Holy smokes, this is still going. And this just needs mechanical components, of which we should have many. Kind of. I haven't been running the mechanical components machine. But the mechanical components machine has had all of its gubbins stuffed into here. And we do have several. Let's casually grab 1,000. Then we take this, swap you over to basic conveyor belts, and then put you. Can actually do this. Alright. We have conveyor belts happening quickly. Not as quickly as we can place them, but quickly. And that's a good start. Starting to chop through our plant matter. Speaking of plant matter, how's this working out? Oh, sweet Jesus, it's beautiful. Okay. It's not fast, but it is working. That's about the best I can hope for at this point. I'll grab you and let you run. Next. Away we go. And here we go. And we get one more at the top, which is almost the last one. The last machine that needs to be configured. There we go. Honestly, I could just... No. That'd just become a mess if I do that. And then plant matter frames, which is actually the first one that gets to go underneath. Congratulations. I need to actually complete this structure. Okay. And next. Ta-da! How much does this need to be fleshed out in the back? Probably more than what we have. That's for sure. At least this much. These are going the wrong way. Okay. Wait a minute. This goes all the way over there. Ah, it's fine. This does actually need to be fleshed out all the way here. Okay. This is fine. And now this just goes directly underneath and right around here. And then around here. This doesn't need to be all this. And then we have our first internal belts going this way. There we go. No, I need to not do it along the floor, because if I want to punch something all the way through, it needs to be elevated. Bottom floor will be reserved for punching through. It's a lot of stairs. It is a lot of stairs. It's very pretty. And just to designate that, I will be converting this into power floor. Functionally, it does not matter if this is power floor or stairs. They function exactly the same for this purpose. I just want to keep it power floor so my brain does not forget why the power floor is here. do this. There we go. We do lose 1 for this, but we gain an entire. We gain the ability to punch through the floor, which is quite nice. In case we need to run something underneath. Alright. Ta-da! Okay, so we have that available here, which you can pull off the line at any point. So now we have the first tier crafting intermediates available. Every single one of them on the same belt, which is just nice. You got one giant monster of a cereal bus, and it's gonna handle everything. It is currently handling everything. So now all I have to do whenever I want any material in the game, at least any tier 1 material or less, is just pull it off of here. Which is exactly what we're going to be doing, because a lot of the useful stuff starts at the tier 2 crafting. Starts with tier 2 crafting intermediates and such. Such as, but not limited to, all these conveyor belts that we are crafting down here. Speaking of which... Oh. Yeah, you're good. Don't need that. Stop it. Go back to plant matter frames, please. As you bust from Factorio. That's because it rightfully is. This game, mechanically, it has all the Factorio mechanics. So if you're familiar with Factorio mechanics, they all apply here. With the exception, of course, that you can go up. Because 3D. But, I mean, you can kind of go up and down in Factorio with the junctions and the underneath, like the under the floor conveyors and such. Sushi belt PTSD. Yeah, I'm not doing the sushi belt so much as making a bus that has multiple bits to work with, because I'm not doing the sushi belt. That's not happening. I like having meaningful throughput sometimes. So we just have everything in the appropriate. Everything has a place on the bus. And let's start doing that. Start using it. So in order to use it, we do actually need power floors here, of which needs to expand out all this. Do I need to expand out? How much of this do I need to expand out? I'm gonna just take floor. Give me a second. Alright, we do need to knock a hole in this wall. Where's the actual pasta below? His spaghetti factory. Big fan of penne. Penne is my favorite of all the pastas. Why do you like this? Get away. And we are certainly making good use of it. How close are we on the map to crashing into something big and open? Not really. Oh my god. Look at this monster that we have constructed on the map. I love it. You have a 5-gallon pot full of penne. My dude. Between the candies and my dude. I was worried for you last time, but my dude, that's not okay. that's not okay, man. Like, I mean, it is okay, kind of. Like, everyone's free to live their own life, but holy smokes, there are consequences. Someone's got to clean up the mess. I cringe so hard every time I hear something like that, because my family is they've made messes for themselves, and someone's had to clean it up, and it wasn't the people who made the messes. Spoiler alert, it was me. Or my dad. My dad dealt with that a lot too. Like, I see things like that, I'm like, oh god, bad memories flooding back all over again. I was actually talking to someone about that exact topic on Thursday. I went out to my favorite sushi bar, and this German woman came and sat down. She was super talkative, and I was happy with that. And we're talking about differences in food between Europe and like Germany and United States, and she was like, yeah, she was saying that basically she refuses to get used to the food here because the food here literally makes her sick. It is so salty and so fatty and so literally just so unhealthy that it is sickening. And we were talking about places to get reasonably healthy food and such. And that ended up being a rather fun conversation because I tend to eat much more healthily and avoid fast foods and such, like the plague that they are. So that we had a lot in common. This game seems like fun, but you don't need another Factorio satisfactory automation game. Understandable. They are quite dangerous, aren't they? I'll just fill this all out. May as well. Alright. Good. Did I see the thing with the room temperature superconductor? I saw a headline about it, but I didn't click into it because I was kind of busy, and that seems like the kind of thing that is either something worth looking at or something super clickbaity. Either way, it's not something I wanted to deal with at the time. I'll probably be reading about it tonight because that's often when I read about things. It's like I have time to sit down and read myself to sleep, and I'll just science article because I can. Alright, so now that we have the bus here, we can start doing proper crafting. Let's grab this guy, slide him over a little bit because I'm scared. Okay, first thing first. What are the intermediates that require other intermediates? Electrical components requires copper wire and iron ingots. Okay. You see the fast inserter is red, not blue, so it's not Factorio. Yeah. The functionally, like mechanically, it's Factorio, but the game is slightly different. Mostly because, you know, vertical space. Alright, so iron ingots. Come off the line and down here. And then we need... Where are my... copper wire? Right here. Stop. Conveyor belt, stop it. Needs to be on this row. So down we go. Ta-da! And here they come. And then outputs right here. And we now have infinite electrical components. You're excited about it, but you have to say skeptical because people lie. Yeah, most of the time the scientific... One of the big problems with something like a lot of the scientific stuff is twofold. One, the clickbait people get a hold of it and then they just run wild with some fantasy, some fiction with it, which is not great, but it's something to have to filter through. The other thing is, it's not really how science works. Science is something that's done over a long period of time, and the first time you see something is just the first inkling of it. It's the first hypothesis. When you actually want to get something done scientifically, you have to then spread it and have the process repeated a dozen more times at least. And trying to find those articles about the actual tests, not just the first preliminary hypothesis, is an exercise in frustration. Most of it's behind paywalls, and it's otherwise hard to find. Journalists never talk about it. So even if the first preliminary paper and tests seems to be completely true, it's also meaningless and will be meaningless for a couple years at least, while everyone actually starts testing it to see if it was a fluke or measurements issue or whatever other things that are typically befall tests. Alright, so next we do Shiverthorn coolant. You telling me people lie for money? No! People would never lie for money. Speaking of which, have you heard that you can hit that subscribe button for 100% free on YouTube? And if not, you can always hit that follow button if you like this kind of content. If you don't like this kind of content, especially because this is the rare kind of content we do on this channel. We usually do strategy games, things like Ford's major community events, and very recently, we've started doing narration. If you like audiobooks, if you like hearing about all your favorite sci-fantasy goodies, make sure to hit that subscribe button. We got more like that coming soon. Like all the time. Why is this all gone? Are we actually using it? Nope. It broke. There we go. Okay. I'm concerned. I'm gonna have to keep an eye on that one. To be fair, half of data analysis is lying to make middle managers feel better. Question mark. I struggle to believe that to be true, although I am aware that that is a thing which happens. And it's at more than just middle management level, but far and wide, the reason why the science works is because that doesn't happen. At least not to a significant degree. At least not to a degree where it's hurting him. So, I hesitate to make major comments about that. I'm seeing a problem here, and I'm going to have to shift all of this up at least one, probably two. Because that's how this works. Let's do 2. So we'll shift all of this over. My power floor. Okay. Specifically, the problem is that some of these recipes take 3 inputs, which requires them to come in from this side, which is not easily doable. if I don't leave space to do that exactly. Okay, so this was electrical components. Go nuts. You are the wrong inserters. Go. They posted its production method, and the stuff is apparently very easy, so a lot of people are going to reproduce it, or not pretty quick. It's lead, copper, crystal, ceramic. It's looking good so far. It's only been 24 hours, like who knows? I can only hope. Well, you'll see. I don't, like, I genuinely don't even put thought into it until I've seen more science around it. Until it's, like, the amount of times... Like, I don't know how often you follow like, scientific journals and such. It's exhausting, the amount of false positives and such that go into it. It's crazy common. So it really isn't something it's like worse than video games. Like, I just don't get hyped about this stuff at all. Shiverthorn requires iron components, Shiverthorn and limestone. Seeing a potential problem here with this layout, in that if this is adjacent, then we can't pull another entity off this side here, which can be solved by just sliding it over one if that instance happens. But here I need Shiverthorn. Here I need limestone, which is here. And I need iron, which is right here. Alright, and then we get an output. And a pair of you. And... why you no input? It's because it's iron components, not standard iron. I misread. We put these back. And iron components, which are right here. Okay. Better. Okay, here we go. Oh yeah, you know the feeling. Oh yeah, it's welcome to the worlds of content creation, getting things in front of you, getting your eyeballs, because your eyeballs are your soul, or what's being sold on today's market. Did you hear about the latest scientific endeavors? Well, now you can at the low price of $9.99 per month. Alright, we now have constant coolant. I want to put some item buff storage on that coolant to stock up. I intend to, after I get the rest of this stuff in. I'm in no particular rush to get the stockpiles going. You know, just in case something else happens which necessitates some minor change or form. But I have an idea of what I'm really looking at here. Okay, so this requires electrical components and plant matter frames, which I don't have. So these two I cannot do until I get the tier 2. I didn't realize there was another item here. I may just want to do this again. Like this whole... If I do this whole system again, then I can have all the tier 2s, which enable me to do crafting of these. But what I was thinking is just shoving this and this, loop it back around, throw it underneath, and bring it into the underneath the underneath belt here and just slide it onto this guy. Which is I think a little bit more interesting to me. If I were to do that, I would want to do it without causing problems here. I didn't leave a space to do that is the thing. I could rotate it this way and go under here, which would be fine. And this one, I could do... Do I slide this system over by 1 to give this the space to go this way? I think I do. So I don't have to get in the way of this path. Let's do that. Because if I don't do it now, it's going to become a problem later. And it's easy to do now. Okay, so I need this to go around here. Just like this. Let's get rid of this. I require you, but over 1 block. Okay. I'll do this here. Like so. Specifically requiring Shiverthorn and limestone, and then let's do limestone right here. Then I need the iron here. I'll grab the Shiverthorn because it's right here. In you go. And then across here. Okay. You think it may be fun to see how few tiles you could use to make a really complicated recipe? I usually find joy in doing that thing doing exactly that. That's my favorite way to play, except doing things in few tiles here is a waking nightmare in like the worst. It is the most unenjoyable I've ever seen an automation game be for this kind of thing. Like, it is not fun. The reason, half of it is for the splitters thing. Like, let's try to do basic splitter. Oh no, basic splitter, or that went up. That's a different thing. Basic splitter. There is no. What is it called? Manually placed splitters. It's all automatic. So if you change something, it arbitrarily chooses splitter or merger based on what it thinks you were trying to do, which is just a mistake. And if I were to do this may or may not work, and it certainly doesn't work as we'd want it to. This is either a splitter or a merger. If it's a merger, then these two merge and go out one of these two and never out the second. And if it's a splitter, this goes in from one and only one and then out the other two and never accepts from the other, which is not amazing. Similarly, when you're running a belt, you can't go up and curve at the same time. So you see I can go over here and curve. That's fine. But what if instead I was running a belt here and wanted to go up to the left instead of straight up this way? Because, you know, this is just painful and it's really tall. What if I wanted to go this way? So if I rotate and go this way, it doesn't work because you cannot physically go up while turning. So that's just another issue. And so having a belt next to each other means that they can never cross. You have two parallel lines that will forever be parallel and never touch, or cross, or intersect in any way. So trying to build in small areas is just obnoxious. That doesn't even include the issues with dealing with inserters, because inserters only ever operate on things at a entire tile space away and on 90-degree angles, which means you have to taxi travel everything, which is like blah. Anyways, this needs to rotate around, go directly underneath here. This is where it's convenient we left hole in the floor. Because we need it. Oh, can't go that way. So this needs to go underneath here. Like so. What just happened? Oh no. Oh, it's not so bad. Underneath, please. And then, once you're here, loop around and you go up. Need to go out further. Loop around, up, there we go. And now we have a brand new material on our main bus. Now, if this were satisfactory, or a world in which I fully intended on being more thorough, this would not loop back to the bus, but instead I would make another bigger bus, generally that way, and put everything on it. That way we have all crafting intermediates cleanly and nicely available in a way that doesn't self-consume its own ingredients. There's no feedback going on. But we're not doing that right now, so... And I suspect I won't need to during early access of this game. Okay, I'm just going to assume that clicked. So we're taking the dirty shortcut version, which is only so dirty because we're kind of putting it's still on a bus.
Built enough conveyor belts to mesmerize the best of us. If I could get dizzy in here, I would be falling over. Well done.
I think that's the game's way of telling me to calm down. Ah. Oh boy, what have we done? Okay. So this is working nice and clean. Now we do the next one. What is the next recipe we do? So this means I can actually do processor units and cooling systems. So let's do that. Next on the list is processor systems. Great, for which we need plant matter frames and electronics. Alright, plant matter frames, which should be... Were those the last one? Were those the ones that made it inside? Yeah, I think plant matter frames are the ones that made it inside. Alright, great. Oh my god. I need to design this such that I have a hole on top or something so I don't have to go around the whole loop every time I want to get inside. Not that it's a big deal. I didn't punch out which one is it. It's this one. Perfect. Alright, let's go. No calm, only build. But making it smart is boring. That's why people like watching Winter play Factory games. Alright, plant matter frames and also electronics, which is this guy right here. It should be right here. Yeah, good. And in we go. and out we go here. Alright, so now we have unlimited processor. This is way too clean even so. For example, you have a single Mark II conveyor belt bringing in 3 kinds of materials and filter inserters to take them out the belt for use. On seeing it, your friend said he would like to punch you through the internet. Unironically, I'm entirely convinced that is how this game is expected to be played. I am fairly certain that this game doesn't want you to do this kind of thing, instead wants you to put everything on a single belt, and you are limited to that single belt. Using filter inserters as the primary means of getting things on and off said single belt, and only ever using things like fast inserters to clear machine inventories faster. That kind of thing. I am entirely convinced that is how the developers have designed this game as the primary way of doing it. Which would explain why the tech tree exists as it does. It would explain why there is no ratios on anything, so that you can't do, like, that's just not even a thought, the idea of lining things up appropriately. It's why you get Mark IIs so quick, and why you get things like monorail systems real quick. Like, you get stuff real quick, except for the ability to move things around quickly, except for the ability to optimize. There's nothing here that lets you optimize things, which is painful. The wood input on that last one is wrong because it's not producing. Not wrong, backwards. So, I mean, yes, wrong. Thank you for pointing that out. Okay. Processors. I'ma put it on the bus too. Processors and cooling systems will also go on the bus, yeah? God, this thing is so slow. It's never wrong, just pre-right. No, it was incorrect. Thank you for pointing it out. Back feed into the bus. And up we go. I'll have to fix it later. Later being after I press the run button. Alright, and now we have access to processors. There we go. Excellent. Do you like the arrows that show up on the inserters when you press Alt? Yeah, it's not even when I press Alt. It's just there. Although, when I do press Alt, they do appear. But if I were to be in build mode... Wait, why? Is it when I have an inserter out? Huh. No, I guess it is just when I press Alt, and I didn't notice before. Okay. I do like Alt. This game does have a great many good things. Why do we open crank generator ratios are stupid to figure out? Yeah. Yeah, that's its own separate issue. That I just chalk up to early access. Because, well, most stuff isn't implemented yet. Alright, now cooling systems require mechanical components and Shiverthorn coolant, which we just so happen to have on our new belts. Shiverthorn coolant. Wait, this does actually require... Oh, no, I don't want this. I want cooling system. It's a heat sink. Alright, mechanical and Shiverthorn. We're looking for here mechanical parts. Which I believe was up toward the top. Yeah, here they are. You know, the belt work, it's got a lot of ideas. It just... In practice, I'm so accustomed to it being manual and hard coding everything that I find it difficult to work with the automated systems. I also find it limiting to work with them. But then again, you know, I'm the guy who's happy to use Linux instead of Windows. So, like, my opinion might be a little bit marred. It's certainly probably a good thing that they're doing a lot more, they're trying for a lot more automation here. A lot more quality of lifestyle systems, even if those systems are less than implemented right now. This one's the hole. Thank you. Good. And the whole Alta View thing, beautiful. Toggle it on and off, it's great. It's not satisfactory early access, it's actual proper early access. Yeah. Well, I mean, I would call it satisfactory early access. I mean, actually, I don't know at this point. Because, like, satisfactory, it was very clearly released in a state, released on Steam in a state that was not intended to be release, nor full release, nor like anything close. It was very clearly intended to say, hey, this is going to be in development for several years. You're welcome to play now if you want it. It was not one of those, it was definitely not one of those, this is just a marketing scheme kind of thing. But it does reek of intending to monetize the development process a bit more than, it's like they're not trying to sell a product. They're trying to pre-sell a product, which it's fine. They're not really selling the experience. It's not like you're getting lore and such, and if you jump in later in Satisfactory, you're not missing out on anything. So it is a proper early access. It's just they're really early in on that access. Whereas this game, it is very early access, but in a slightly different way. Like, everything you see here is a lot more refined than Satisfactory early access, but it is still undercooked. Still undercooked by a lot. And this game already, like, for example, this game already has dramatic amounts of lore in it. It's an overwhelming amount. We have quests, crazy amount. We have more lore, that it's choked full of lore and such. It is not just all reading everything. There's a lot going on, which is something that Satisfactory doesn't have going for it. So you want us to keep forgetting Satisfactory's early access? I haven't. Every time I go back, it's like Mercer Sphere, work in progress. They are genuinely adding more. This game does actually seem to be set in a way that is going to be relatively easy for the developers to... At least they seem to be developing this in a way that they intend to do phases. Like, this whole map, I'm entirely convinced, is level 1, and we're going to get access to a level 2. And they don't have anything in lore or otherwise game mechanically that indicates that there's a limit to the amount of levels. They could go all the way up to, like, once you complete this map, you move on to the next map and restart the process. Or I genuinely don't even know what would be at the next map. I'm not gonna pretend to speculate. There's a great many things they can do. So, while this game is very clearly early access, I fully expect them to develop it more, clear up a lot of this jank, clear up a lot of the belt work. Because I will say this, without giving... when I give feedback for games, I tend to prefer to give it in experiences rather than criticisms, or rather than things that say, hey, you should do this. My experience of this game is I find it frustrating that working with belts is... I find it unfun to work with belts. The biggest gripes I have with it are the maneuvering of the rotational axis. It's difficult and almost arbitrary decisions on where I'm telling it to go. I find it difficult to work with that. You guys have seen me trying to build a staircase, which is just a waking nightmare that I've just decided just click and delete things one by one. Like delete 100 stairs because it's easier to delete 100 stairs than to place 50 of them. The other things I find difficulty with are just the inability to run parallel close together conveyors without them causing massive problems with their interactions. The splitters and mergers are just a catastrophe to work with. I find them incredibly frustrating. They appear when I don't want them to appear. You guys have seen this system. Every time I work with the mergers and splitters, they're a mess to deal with. And that is a problem for a game that fundamentally works off of logistics. When playing around with conveyor belts are most of the game, then it needs to feel good, and right now it doesn't. I appreciate that they've attempted to remove a lot of the tedium of it. You know, in Satisfactory, you have to place every splitter and then merger and then run belts into it, and it's tedious, and a lot of people aren't into that. But it does give power that makes it more enjoyable for most people. So I wouldn't mind there being something like, and here's a potential solution. It would have to be looked into. I haven't thought about this solution much, just coming off the top of my head, where you could have a adjustment tool, like say another option in the tech tree for under logistics. You could get a splitter merger adjustment tool. So once a splitter merger is created, you can adjust it. Alternatively, you could use the tool to create a splitter merger on it. And you can say, all right, in here, out here, and do all the other adjustments. Here's another thing. You can't have splitters and mergers in close proximity to each other. Let's say if I were to do this here, like so. How about this here? And then, all right, let's delete this. If I were to do this, this works. These do not connect, but how about instead, if I were to do the Mindustry, the stereotypical router thing of having a bunch of belts next to each other and then trying to and then trying to run them all into each other. Why can't I split this one onto this guy? Oh, I can, but now I can never split off onto this one, so this build can never be used. It's just how this system works. It is impossible to split things into adjacent belts, which is, well, that is something you have to take into consideration, but it also means running belts adjacent to each other are just never a good idea. So, that is a frustration factor and something that I find unenjoyable about the game. But then again, this game does allow for some massive exploration, something like actual fun. There's things to discover about the world. The map, the actual map itself, as much as this looks like a placeholder map, like you have this space here, which is unused. The zoom doesn't interact with anything, even when I zoom in and out. The map is very obviously not complete and not near, like this is like an early pass map. This map is a nightmare to work with. It's bad. It's rough. It's real unenjoyable. The whole not being able to pan and see where I am in the cave relative to other positions that I have been is a mess. Yeah, at least it defeats a lot of the purpose of the map if I can't look at a map of places I already know. The coloring on it is a disaster. The scannables do not appear on the map, which makes them incredibly difficult. The whole scannables thing is another pain because I can't unlock things in the tech tree, like say this guy, until I find the scan for it, which is arbitrarily placed somewhere and probably missed out in the floor, because that's how scannables work. They do not appear on the map. I have no way of finding them. Similarly, objects that exist on the map are green. The same exact color green as the ore on the map, which is not great. Another gripe, I can't remove placed objects like buried chests, so those are there forever, cluttering the map. The coloring in general is, I think, kind of okay, except for where some objects are the exact same color as others. So that's a thing. But for all of its flaws, the game is very clearly early access, and I see a great many things about it that give me hope. Fan-made map had locations of everything. Almost. Almost. I've noticed, I checked the fan-made map, it's missing most of the scans. But it does have at least some scans of everything, so going by the fan-made map, you can find everything. But, for example, the fast inserters are what I was looking at. I got fast inserters via finding a bunch of fast inserters in 2 different locations, in random caves. Those locations are not listed on the fan-made map. Fast inserters on the fan-made map are in one of the buildings, which I haven't been into yet. So that's a thing. But we officially have every intermediate. So we're all good. Now I can start doing non-intermediate things, such as, but not limited to, light sticks. Don't want to do that first. Conveyor belts. Yes, conveyor belts, conveyor belt Mark IIs, science. Start fully automating science, power floors, inserters of every kind. Probably won't be doing those for a while. Assemblers I could use, mining charges I could use. Guys, we're at the point where we can just click whatever we want and we have it. It's beautiful. Alright, so that does mean that I need to actually start getting all of these into their overflows. Well, we're almost done with... Uh-oh. Wait a minute. I may have miscalculated, and I'm almost out of... Conveyor belt Mark IIs require conveyor belts, and all of these inserters require inserters. Which is 2 items. 2 items which we don't have. Also, research cores require... Blue research cores require purple cores. So I need 3 more items, and I only have space on here for 2. Is that true? Yeah, I only have space on here for 2. Well, I guess we're building another layer underneath here. Of this height, I think? Just slide over one. I think we build it of this height. Then I can still get in here. Oh boy. Well, that was close. I built this thing extra large to make it fit too. You barely fit in here. Okay. I think that's the same height as this. Can I make this one taller? Already have a good one, not a proto. Good luck out there. Okay, so this needs to expand by 1, and we need to put standard science in here. Let's do that first. Okay, standard science goes right here. Power floor for all. I think I also put tier 1 conveyors in here as well. We do. Alright, let's do science first. For this needs... Oh, wait a minute. This is raw resources side. Nope. Science goes on the next one. Okay, well this is gonna be here then. Okay. Overall, you've been fine. The merger's finding stuff to unlock tech and... Oh, I'm sure. Like, the game works. Like, it functions. It's just... There are several frustration points that I think need to be addressed before things become... Before it gets out of early access. If that makes sense. Alright, so this needs copper wire and... These are filter inserters, which, I mean, I guess I could use them. They are slightly faster than standard inserters. But copper wire and components. Let's get copper wire from here. And then components come from up on high. Excellent. And then science comes out this side. Okay. Also use conveyor belts here. By science coming out this side, I mean it goes right back from whence it came. And goes right here. It's very long conveyor belt runs. But now we have science. Oof. Huh. Awkward. And illegal. Alright. Nice. Do I have buffer storage on each of the bus items? No. I do not. However, I will run overflow once I actually get around to it. Okay, so this can be conveyors Mark 1. Pancakes, I know. Almost everything has a 3D model. Science is one of the things that doesn't. Have I gone on Creeping Hydra murder spree yet, just to be safe if they activate later on? You killed every single Creeping Hydra pillar you've seen. No, tempted to. I haven't gone happy with the explosives yet, which is... I mean, I've already taken a chunk out of this planet, so... already kind of done that. But no, if you remember the lore on those... they deactivated when we put on our suit, which, given we're a robot, I don't think really matters to us anymore. Let's see. Standard Mark 1 conveyors. These just need, oh, these just need regular components. Okay. Components come down from on high. and you produce conveyors, which get immediately turned around and turned into more. What am I looking for? Looking for this button, which immediately go onto the belt. Looking for this way. Okay, and underneath, and underneath, and underneath, and uh-oh, we have a collision. We have our first collision, which isn't that big of a deal. Oh, this is entirely backwards. Sadness. This way. Use some way to automate mining, clearing ground. I think this game is intended to not require such things. The way the systems seem to play out, it's almost as if it expects you to not... Oh, and this is going on the inside. It's almost as if it expects you to not do large amounts of automation. Which is a little weird to me, but that seems to be how it's designed. Okay. And the reason I say that is the massive limits on throughput on everything, as well as the, I'm going to describe it as relatively low and handcraftable levels of everything, seems to indicate to me that it's just not necessary to do what I'm doing here. I'm doing this because I want to, not because anything in the game requires it. Okay. I think it does expect you to do large amounts of automation. You're just doing it way too early. Here's the thing, like, I have access to tier 2 stuff. I've used tier 2 stuff. I have stack inserters. I have Mark II conveyors. I have Mark II assemblers. I'm doing it with Mark 1 because there's just no reason for me to not do it. There's just no reason for me to use these. But like... Certainly larger than one machine per mat. Now you say that, but it is incredibly difficult to get multiple machines going due to the limitations of the inserters. Like, you just don't get that kind of throughput unless you build entirely different factories distributed around. Like, if I were to go around and find an iron and a copper node somewhat close to each other, let's say these two, I were to have them set up with their own mining to alloys or mining to ingot systems, and then build an entire factory revolving around just the production of, let's pick something like these guys. If I were to then take that factory and repeat it 2 more times, find 2 different other nodes of iron and copper next to each other, like these two are kind of close to each other, but that's not the ones I'm using. I'm currently using these over here, which are just off screen, and then bring them all together into one place, which I can then use these systems for. It's like making 7 different factories as opposed to 1 mega factory, where each factory is low outputs, but in totality or in sum, they can produce a lot. So trying to do something like this seems fundamentally flawed given the tools available to us, if that makes sense. That is what I am trying to say. Okay. You can use threshers to make local factors with infinite resources. I mean, you still don't get iron and copper out of it. Which is the two main ingredients for everything. So, yes, but also no. Don't see any other reason for the other mineral veins everywhere in the map. To my understanding, the mineral veins do run out. But it's, I think that's not a major plot point right now. Okay, so this one used to be inserters, which also take components, and also also needs to go onto the bus. There's no reason why I couldn't have holes in this on this side, because I don't need... whatever. Let's punch through here a little bit more. We've gone chonky. Also, what I like about this system is once I have Mark II belts automated and have a bunch of them, I can just kind of replace it all. And then once they're replaced, I can duplicate this entire system that way. And I have plenty of room to do it. We can modular systems for the win. I like tileable systems. Tileable systems are great. Please. Oh, it's fine. Look at that. Alright, right. Good. That'll do. Okay, so I need this component specifically to go this way and reach right here. We need one more in order to make the splitter function. And then we do... I need this to make the splitter function too, so now that we have that, I can bring it down. Oh. I pressed the wrong one. Here we go. Here we go. Excellent. And you are good. Let's grab a few of these off here. Okay, now we have outputs. Let's do this. On the threshers. Threshers are another one that's just, I find, incredibly unfun and unsatisfying to work with. It's threshers specifically. Most of the machines are pretty alright. Threshers specifically I find unfun. They're incredibly unwieldy. Okay, so now I need to do this. Get this guy going. So we'll do power floors here. Power floor here. Because that's the layer which we punch through. This needs to go all the way across. Give us access to things all the way over here. Wait a minute. Yes, this is fine. Okay, I also need power floors. In-game sound is having a breakdown. And I'm saving right now before something gets corrupted and explodes. Oh! Oh, it's a problem. I am looking for this button to check Techtonica. So we're running at 4 gigs in the memory, which is, I don't know how much it usually runs. But 4 gigs is manageable. The sound, however, is having a real bad time. Alright, what I'm going to do is I'm going to save game. And I'm going to do a thing called... Whoops. Oh no. The game disappeared. We're going to load it up again real quick. Continue. By the way, when you're exploring around the abandoned buildings, do you ever get scared of your own footsteps, even though there hasn't been any NPCs in the game? See, I was just talking to a friend. I'm telling you, man, this is a horror game. You're just running at 5 gigs of RAM, and you have a lot less conveyors factors. Understandable. Yeah, it doesn't seem suspicious to me. 4 gigs. Alright. Seems different. It's fine. Okay, is this really all I'm getting? Just 2 belts? It's fine. I swear, this thing does not want... It's okay. It's fine. The sound is still having issues. Okay, if I place you here, do you then let me... Yes. Oh yeah, it's having a real bad day out here, guys. You could hear it delayed. And everything. Alright. So now this guy, actually, I need to have this run up and over here too. Come on. Thank you. Okay, so now this needs to rotate around. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Goes up here, and now we have a new belt. Just for inserters. Go on. Cute. There you go. Alright. Inserter belts doing inserter things. That should be the last item we need to put on this, as far as I am aware right now. Everything else can be created as a product of the items we have off of this. All the items currently available to me, at least. Which I realize will change at some point, but we have exactly 1 belt slot available, which is not great, but it's workable. And attempting to change this will require redoing the whole thing. Which I will happily do. Will I happily do? I mean, I'm not going to happily do it, but I have the ability to redo it. Do I have the ability to redo it? I can bring all this over. Anything that's on this belt I can redo. Anything on the inside has to be... I can't. Not without creating... Okay, so let's just hope that doesn't happen, because I'm going to have to tear all of this down. Which wouldn't be the worst thing, but it would be pretty bad. But we officially have... We do not have enough of those ingredients, which is not a surprise to me in the slightest. I need way more of these. Which I saw that one coming a mile away. And I think I'm willing to do that right now. Let's construct another set of mechanical component construction. No, wait, we have one of everything. Work on the overflows next. That's the important part. Overflows and getting the rest of the texture done. One thing at a time. Okay, so I could use some speed inserters, Mark II conveyors. The important ones are speed inserters, Mark II conveyors, blue science, power floors. It's just 4 more. Okay. You know, the builds everywhere would legit be a nightmare. Yeah. We were just... you were here when I went on the rant about working with belts in this game. And this isn't this half manually operated. I don't know. Were you here when I was... were you here for the last stream? Because I did everything manually. Everything was semi-auto. I had semi-auto miners, semi-auto smelters, semi-auto crafters. Everything was semi-auto, and it was way faster than what I'm doing here. Like, if I was just trying to complete the early access stage of the game, semi-auto crafting, 100% the way to go, and it's not close. Like, I see no reason to build a major factory. Just semi-auto everything. He bought this game like 2 days ago after seeing it on Winter Stream. Fair enough. Yeah. It's quite the satisfying game. You could say it's rather satisfactory, but at some point it's just plagiarism. Once I get the, after completing all the last 4 of these, and when I get the overflow system in place, then we'll be in proper full swing and everything will turn on. Did you have the special voice line start of the game if you mine all the resources for the first objective before learning about mining drills? No. No, I did not. I went straight to mining drills. You what, mate? So we're doing power floors first. Power floors require iron ingots and copper wire. Iron ingots come from right here. This is one too close. I was like, why did this seem off? It's because it's misaligned. It's because it is off. That's why. Alright, you get power floor. And now we need copper wire, for which we need more ladders. Steps to the heavens. Copper wire needs to go... Oh boy. A lot more digging to do. Sparks would tell you about how her great-great-grandfather would never touch a pickaxe again if he had a mining drill. And how mining is a noble profession. You know, I'd never even considered attempting to use a mining pickaxe. Like, that wasn't even a thought in my brain. I appreciate that they did that. I really do. Given the open world-ish nature of the game, I actually really do appreciate alternate voice lines, because Lord knows I broke some serious sequences, and the voice lines I got half the time made no sense. It's nice to hear they at least thought of some of the sequences and potential alternatives. Or at least the ones that don't involve a proper, like, glitching sequence break. So I need to bring it out to at least here, just 4 more this direction. No big deal. You would run an explorer bit before activating the first terminal. Makes sense. I will say, the exploring in this game is very, very satisfying. It is much more satisfying than in any other automation game I played, aside from, like, Minecraft, but it doesn't really count. Get block. I completely forgot I had a pickaxe and I could just do that. Exploring is very satisfactory in this game. It really is. And you're correct, that joke will never get old. Gimme. And the best part about this, once I complete this factory, I will have everything in the game automated. And then there will be nothing left for me to do except be AFK and then press the win button. And I don't even know what the win button is right now. I need to go one more. And I actually need to go one more because it's the only way to convince this thing to build a splitter. Otherwise, it literally will not build a splitter. And will be a pain in the rear end for eternity. And I need to build this cross as well, or else it too will deny me splitting. And ta-da! Power floors. Great. How do you even mine down that a pickaxe remote will only make flat floors even in tunneling mode? I use a pickaxe. I can't ever get the mold to do something without about going downward. I use a pickaxe, I go down, start from the bottom, and then just mold the way up. It works way better. Alright, so we have a bunch of these already being made, which I don't really need. Not anymore, at least. But it's nice to have the process going, I suppose. This is once again stopped due to lack of, well, production. Alright. Okay, so what I need is conveyor belt production, for which I need more conveyor belts. Let's go make some more I have conveyor belt production, I forgot. It is currently on this belt. We've already done conveyor belts, at least mark once. They are right here. We have conveyor belts. Next. Mining charges for God said for going down. They really are. I don't currently have any. I'm also not currently going down, so I'm not keen to make them. The next thing to automate was blue science, I think. So I have inserters, I have Mark 1 conveyors. I need blue science. And I suppose I could do mining charges. I wanted to do fast inserters. That's not terribly important right now. I think we do, after we do blue science, I set the overflow. I start working on overflows. I'm probably a bit too cheap for how many holes there are on your map now. Have you turned it into a void world yet? So the answer is no, not too cheap. Alright, so blue science requires purple science processors and cooling units. There are 3 purple, 4 processors, 2 cooling. Alright. So we have one of these systems going on here. With outputs here. Okay, blue science goes there, so now I need purple processor and coolant. Let's expand it again. For which we must diggy hole. Cheap explosives. And tell me I can't have more explosives. How dare you? It is so easy to go up, though, which is amazing. It is a worthwhile exchange for not being able to go down, but... to backseat a little about life choices. I am fully aware that this is not optimal. I am fully aware that I could go back to semi-auto crafting. I'm fully aware I could go back to Tech Rush. I have elected not to. because I spent the first 7 hours this game, the factory game, without even trying to build a factory. I may have gone a little hard in the opposite direction, I admit. But I don't know what other technologies are available. And I don't have the... Actually, I probably have the processor units. I don't have the Atlantum because I haven't done enough mining of it. It's not about the optimalness of the factory. It's okay. We'll get around to it eventually. Whatever it may be. As I'm entirely certain what I'm doing is several levels of overkill. And unnecessary, and will need to be redone at some point. We're simply not there yet. Alright, this needs to go out to this point. Excellent. Alright, we just place it and delete the extra. It's the easiest way to go about this. Okay, so purple processor coolants. I think all of that is actually in here, isn't it? Processor, coolant, purple. Yeah, I didn't need to build... It's fine. Okay. Not going to get in the way. It's the inner line that needs to expand. Processor. Alright, which one goes to which? The coolant goes here. Doesn't matter which of the other two. Fancy waterfall bus? Yes. It is fancy, and I like it that way. You'll budge if I choose to not upgrade your production terminal before doing the next part of your factory. Oof. Well, I guess that is something I'm just going to have to live with because we're already at that point where it's too late. I am coming to the tail end of this, and regardless of whether or not it would be better for me to have tech rushed that. This is literally the last thing. Like, there are no other things to process beyond this. So it's already done. I'm hooking up the last of it now. Okay, processor goes here, or coolant goes here, specifically down to this one. Yes. Done, and the last for the science goes right here. No, all the way to the end. I need a few more conveyor belts. That'll do. There are no other things to process. You know what? I mean, at this tier, there were no other things to process. And I'm already resigned to needing to reconstruct this entirely. So we're gonna have to tech switch at some point. Okay, now I need to take all of everything off of this bus and everything off of here and get it into its own box. Guess I could just put the boxes for these right here. I don't need to do some kind of massive intermediates or massive what is it called? Massive array here for these. Yeah, we'll just do that. Okay. For power floors, I think I actually want to do 2 stacks of these so I can grab them by the 1,000 rather than by the 500. Okay. And then we just pop a pair of these here. Done with that. The science. These stack pretty high. So we're just gonna probably just do one of these. 1 stack of these. Okay. Blue science goes into here. Purple science. Okay, so now this is where things get messy. Is what I need is every single one of these items off of this bus to come over here and into their own box. It's kind of a lot. Do you really need reds when you're outputting with yellows? So each one of these yellows is 2x a red. Or is half of a red. So, assuming that these things are constantly going, I really should output with reds here. Because, specifically, this one takes a lot. This one as well. And I'll come back to that. Alright, so now it is time to set this. In terms of iron, iron will never be produced constantly, so I don't have a particular desire to have this run into an overflow because I actively want that to overflow. Everything else, I think, bar none, we want to go into an overflow so we can put it back at the beginning of the... We can put it back... almost everything else we want to overflow. Hey there, Glarvis. Welcome in. Alrighty, have a good one out there, Henderson. Catch you later. I can just extend the... I don't want to do that. I was about to say, I can just extend the bus and treat one specific spot in the bus like an overflow. That's a mistake. Is it, though? It'll cut the throughput by half, which is already a lot. We have so much science. Producing so much science. All this science is produced. Like, I have banked science, but all that science is produced. Okay, well, blue science is happening. I love to see it. Alrighty then, let's start grabbing things off this guy and chucking them where they belong. I need to dig out more space for it. I think we'll just do a temporary... I did not take into account the overflow system and how I'm going to work around this logistically. I am now attempting to think about where do I put the overflow system. I don't want to... It needs to come off of the end of the line, but the end of the line changes dynamically. So, I think there's nothing else for it but to change it dynamically. Not with the system I'm currently running. So let's do that as the first. And so anything that backs up fully will just get thrown into the overflow so that there's always things flowing and never stopping. I will start with the objects on here because these objects are... Will I start with this? Where are my conveyors? Right up here. Conveyors are important for this, so we will start with that. Stop a conveyor. Oh my god. This is why hover mode exists. Oh, we are out of coolants. That's been a while since I've run out of that. Be a shame if I just grab some. Right. No longer out of coolant. Okay, so first let's start with this line, I guess, because it's right here. So outputs, how many? What are my inserters? They're over here? No. Inserter construction is here. That 2 is fine. I do want these stockpiled. Just one is way more than enough for stockpiled inserters. Like, overkill, but that is the minimum. Look at me being stingy with my stone. Alright, so now we have inserter overflow done. Next overflow. That is a big important one to have done. Let's grab some more conveyors. And this one will bottleneck all production I have. Just a pair of you here. And this is for all of these plant matter frames. Good. Next. Machine components. Do I need to back these up? The electrical components are... I probably should, just so I have it. There's no reason for me not to do an overflow of everything. Never had any inventory. I didn't realize what coolant was used for until I found coolants and just continued mining. I was like, wait a minute. That changed. Because I happened to find coolant in a box. And I couldn't not use it. So that was the end of that. Electrical components, done. More conveyors. Getting conveyor overflow will be nice. I'll work my way up there. Coolant. So coolant overflow would be a pretty nice one as well. Coolant overflow done. Processor overflow. I have plenty of processors to throw into the processor overflow box. I need more conveyors. Thank you. I also need to dig into this wall some more. The use of Stair for the belts. Yeah, it's convenient. It's it does everything I need it to do while being aesthetic. No need for belt-on-belt action or unnecessary power floor. I didn't know what two belt rows were. I know what they are and I refuse to use them because I find them difficult to use. Which is another thing I should mention. It's something I should mention to the mini rant, is that the whole tool belts thing I find extremely painful to use. It requires button presses that are difficult to get down, and it's a kind of toggle system. So like if I can do control 3, and now I have a belt. The bottom belt is now control 3, and if I want the bottom belt to be control 1, I have to press control 1. But wait, if I press control 2, the bottom belt is now control 2, and if I want to change the bottom belt to control 3, I now press control 3. Makes sense. But wait, now I want to use control 2. Or now I want my first belt, my control 1, because that's usually what I use for my logistics. We'll do that. Great. Awesome. Wait a minute. I want to have control 2 available for my function keys. Now I can't have 1 and 2 active at the same time. I have to swap to 3, and then swap to 2, and then swap to 1. It's workable. It's just convoluted, I think is the way I want to describe it. Shift scrolling. Yeah. It's a convoluted system, and it gets cluttered with whatever random thing you picked up last. Like if you have an open slot in your belts and you pick up anything, it automatically gets assigned to that slot, which is clutter. And it's not great. So you said shift scroll to change it. It is. It's workable. It's just a lot. Like, it's not the worst thing. It's just a lot. Which I suppose is half the joy of a lot of these games and just how much you can do. Why is this? Oh, because I didn't do this right. Okay. This is not a big deal. It is merely one level too high. Or too low. And actually needs to be, it's fine. It won't split, but I can fix that problem later. So I'm not using it for anything anyways. Purple science can't be used for anything other than blue science, so it's not an issue if it doesn't split. Hover, stop. Why are you like this? Okay. Realizing I didn't put the stone in this because I probably don't want to have an entire crate full of these. Realizing I didn't put stone in most of these. Uh-oh. It's like I definitely don't want to be floating thousands of coolant. Although coolant will cause issues if I have too much of it. Or if this one chokes, then I'll have issues. So I do want to be gracious with the speed on that one. This one I can absolutely crunch because it's just iron and copper. This one, I have so many stacks of these, it's going to be an issue. Let me go collect from the remnant semi-auto box, which is still semi-autoing. Oh my god, it's still going. Let's let it finish up. Good. Yeah, alright, they're done. Coincidentally, the perfect amount to finish that up. Oh my god, we have so many. We are encumbering ourselves today. And we are very encumbered at that. Oh wow, okay. This is fine. You know what? You look like you could use some love. All of you got plenty of stone. Get some of this out of my inventory, please. That's not going to cause a meaningful difference, but I could try. Am I going down? I need to go up. This way is the best up. Oh, I'm so fat. Y'all go in here, and now I finish the rest of this off with stone. Need to do the same thing with the other ones as well. But I'll go clear that out eventually. By eventually, I mean soon. Just not right this second. Okay, nice. There's a good ones. Grab some more conveyors. What is the top ingredient? What is it needed for? The top ingredients. This one? These are conveyor belts. They are not really an ingredient. They are conveyor belts. However, they are an ingredient for the tier 2 conveyor belts. Okay, for conveyor belts, I think I just want to have 500 of these in here. Nothing spectacular. I'll leave one stack here. I'm going to be swapping to Mark IIs soon. There's not going to be a whole lot of difference here. Hey guys, welcome in. You're also playing this is good game. No spoilers. Although here I don't think we're going to have much in the way of lore spoilers. So much as I'm building a factory, and there's not much else to say about that. This 100%, these 100% need to be speed inserters. Okay. Okay. You can't spoil your early to planters. Fair enough. Alright, so that's good. I now have great and glorious amounts of conveyor belts. Now, for the rest of these, most of these are, I don't need to have an overflow. This needs an overflow. This, actually, this is load balanced. This is also load balanced. These are not load balanced, so these desperately need overflows. Okay, let me double check to make sure. This is, remember several hours ago when I was talking about load balancing? This is explicitly why. Because I knew this moment would come and I would need to load balance. So we do have these overflows here, but I want to have the main line overflow. Yeah, because I have overflows on all of these already, but I want to have proper overflows. This is load balanced, as you see here. So the moment this filled up, these got swarmed, which is everything we wanted. Looks like they're having trouble outputting. Okay. And as you can see, this is load balanced as well. So when that backed up, it all started going this way, which is great for us. Once we get Mark II belts, that'll be good. We're already hitting the point where we could use Mark II belts. Amazing. Love to see it. Okay, so that just means I need to overflow these and these. But as it stands, everything is fully operational. Which is great. I'm into it. Like, I don't even really need to overflow the other ones. Let's see. Did I... Or power floor? Power floors are over here because they don't get put onto the bus. Great. Let's just grab 2 of these. Alright then. So that should be it, really. We have a fully operational factory with which we can do anything we want. Random storage here. Let's grab all of these. These go into the overflow boxes. This stays there for now. I say as if we're not going to fill up the overflow boxes super quick. But I can just put something on the side of them to double the size of the overflow. Okay, coolants. Oh, I didn't block off coolants. Coolant is another one which needs to be given some... No, it doesn't. Just means I'll get lots of the other coolant. Could have sworn I had processors. I do. There we go. Good. I'm gonna grab this. Take it with me. I have some of these. Okay, I have a coolant on me. Cooling system, more accurately. Okay, you plant matter fiber, don't need you. Inserters don't need. Okay, so the rest of these, I need to find other overflows for. I have the overflows down below. I could do that. Copper wire. Let me put an overflow here for that. Because I can. Okay. What else? Copper components. Where are these? Here we are. Other way around. There we go. Okay, the other ones should be over here, I believe. Yes. In, out. There we go. Overflow for this. Like, I don't really want overflows for these. But I mean, I kind of have to. Otherwise, the system breaks. Alright. I'll just keep them on a short leash. I've been keeping everything on a short leash, but these will never be off their short leash. Oh, thunderstorm outside. Interesting. Okay, we have the copper boxes. Let's fill this up as well. I haven't checked our mining station in a while, which definitely means it's dead. But we are also kind of filthy rich, so I don't know that I care at all. Okay. Anything basic metals kind of needs to be on a shorter leash. Just because of the limited nature of it. Anything with the plants needs to have be very forgiving, because they are infinitely produced, they are renewable, and if they're not forgiving, then they will jam up the system with the sheer quantity of them available. Okay. I'm gonna need to check the blockers on these metallic components eventually. Although it's not going to be a big deal if I don't. Okay. Looking pretty solid. Oh, wow. Okay. It's fine. Let me grab a small handful of these. Small handful. And produce these. And put these back. Okay. Alright then, we have about everything we could want. The exception being explosives! Alright, so let's get some explosives going. You know what'd be great for explosives? How about some semi-auto crafting? Plant matter frames, silver, shiverthorn, and kindlevine extract. Alright, plant matter frames are here. Let's grab a pair of these. Some shiverthorn and some red and blue, hot and cold. Got some cold here. And some hot here. Actually, I don't have much in the way of I don't have any supply of this that I can just grab. It's all being burned, which is good, but also I didn't expect to need it directly. Oh well. Moving on. Okay, so get me explosives, please. 1, 2, 3. I'll put you into here for now. I'll put the hay into the hay overflow, or into one of these crates with extraneous hay. Because the overflows here are kind of filling up, because we're not using it fast enough. There will be a process of cleaning that out sooner or later. But we get explosives. Bring a few of them out. So I need two things. 450 Atlanta more is a pretty big one. Now I'm keen to... Well, I don't remember where it is. What is directly beneath me? Whatever it is, I didn't build it. And there's no connection to it. What is directly beneath me? Now I'm curious. We're going on an adventure again. If I go right here, and then just dig down, what happens? I know for a fact that was not present last stream. I have done so much exploration of this area, that thing wasn't there. Which implies that it was added in the last patch. As this game has gotten some patches. Which is interesting and also concerning because that means that there's more stuff up on the map to find. Mining charges be so... Oh my god, you're right. Those would be incredibly useful right now. I don't know why I know why I didn't consider them. Because I'm not used to having them. Alright. That looks like we're good elevation. Let's go. Plenty of lore. This game, unlike Satisfactory and Factorio, this game has substantial amounts of lore to uncover. There are absolutely spoilers that you can encounter, and we may well be encountering one here because I have no idea what we're walking into. I am physically inside it. Okay. Let's clear out a little more just in case. I've never seen a green object on the map that I can't interact with. There's an invisible barrier here, however. There's clearly something here. What am I in? Oh. I can't E to inspect, whatever it is. What was that? I'm trying to... I can't interact with it. Hello? Is that power floor? It does seem to be power floor, but it is off grid. And it's not my power floor. Alright, let's do this. I think this is not yet implemented is what this is. I think is what's going on here. Well, hello. Alright, so there's definitely... So those are input ports? Okay. Now... This is looking like it's a structure. Like it's meant to be a... like a major structure. Try scanning it? It's a good idea. Oh. Ah. Go up. Thank you. No. I think this is just not implemented yet. Like, at all. Is what's going on here. Because it is very much so. This is looking like a structure that doesn't have a model yet and is just out in the world. This is something like one of the main base structures. But it clearly doesn't have a proper model, as it's mostly invisible and well, that. Okay. And it's killing my frame rate, whatever it is. These input ports are implemented. Alright, so, we found magic. Look different for today's patch. I don't know when that was added, but it wasn't here last week. Okay. All right, so we've got that all figured out. Kind of. What did I come here to do? Mining charges. Yes, I was going to go collect Atlantum. If you try putting stuff into it, I don't really want to know. So many mining charges, it makes me happy. Oh, wait a minute. We can do all of these buildings now. Like, all of them. Oh my. Because, wouldn't you know it, the cost of these doors? Monorail track, I can't do those. Okay, I can do most of the doors. Found it 3 days ago. Had motor and rails trailing off from the center of those loading ports. Interesting. Okay. I think the direction I want to go is this way. Looking to get some green stuff. Yeah. Some over here. Okay, so this was where we were supposed to get in from. We were supposed to get in through this blocked hallway via mining charge. So I'm keen to collect. I guess that one's not detonatable. There we go. You detonatable now? No. What about now? What about now? No. Alright, so that lives there forever. We were supposed to go in this way, but I didn't do that.
Welcome, Groundbreaker.
I could open this for whatever that's worth.
We are bound for our final destination, Sector Victor. Upon arrival, preparations for
I've already been in here. I don't know why I was allowed to scan that a second time.
do not delay in exiting the vessel.
YouTube stream is like a 2-minute delay on it. That's that would be detonate from this side. That's on your side. You can always change the delay on YouTube side of things. Okay, and how much ore do I have? 92, which is not much ore. It is inside. Okay, we're doing this. It is also inside. So I'm just gonna mine all of this out. Because I need 450, which is substantial. For Atlanta more for that. We will turn this world into a desolate hole. Hello. It just so happened that since like 2 hours ago Twitch chat was stuck on connecting. Yeah, I mean that is kind of why we like to do the give you guys the options. Which is better for everyone. You really don't get much ore this way at all. Maybe you know this, Hyena. Once you can actually mine these, I assume you can mine these with the upgraded harvesters. Once you can actually do that, does this give you a better return on your investment than blowing it all up? Because this feels like a pretty heavy waste doing this. Which, I mean, not much for it, but... So I need 450 of this. That is a lot. Oh, I see. So this is different than this. This is the actual ore. This is just a blocker. Okay. I see. That makes sense. Can I mine this blocker out? Or does it have to be... Can I mine the... use the miner to get the... I'm going to describe it low yield stuff out of the way? Or do I have to blow it out of the way first? Like, is what I'm doing now a necessary part of the process, regardless? You've not tried, you made plenty of explosives. Fair enough. I'm a big fan of the whole explosives thing myself. Come on. Fine. Can I detonate now? I saw it there for a second. Thank you. Okay, we are up to 494, which is enough. Okay. Need refined Atlantum. I do have some refined Atlantum, although I assume not enough to make anything worthwhile. That's not a good assumption. I do have something like 10 of it, which is probably enough to make a miner. Not that I don't have the technology for the miner, so moot point, but still. I actually need to go over here, dump this stuff off. All this in nature. We're rich. We're rich. Alright. Chuck this into here. Great. Now I just need the processors. 900 of them, which I should have. We're rich. We're running 20 assemblers right now, and only at about a fourth of our capacity, our power capacity. Alright then, I am looking for processors, but we have a box for processors. Huh. Right. I have enclosed this off. Forgot about that. Infinity Battlescape will make a comeback on the channel. I don't know when I will be streaming it next. As much as I like to stream games that I enjoy, Infinity Battlescape being one of them, there's a limit to the amount of things I can put on the channel that is strictly for my own enjoyment. When it comes to Infinity Battlescape, I enjoy it. Most people do not enjoy watching it, so I cannot justify putting it on the channel. Not often, but I do play it, and I will periodically, every so often, be putting it on the channel because I want to. I have not done so recently, and I do not know the next time I'll be putting it on the channel. I can say there's been a lot of updates to it, which is amazing. And I absolutely can still do warp speed torpedoes, because the warp hammer is the strongest weapon in the game. Alright, tech level up.
Terminal upgrade.
It's so
New
loud.
technologies and recommended tasks available.
Alright.
All right,
What have we
very
got?
good. We've learned how to get Atlantum the fun and easy way with explosives. Now you have to actually do something with it. Our smelters weren't built to burn it, so turning that ore into ingots won't be as simple as iron and copper. Start by threshing it into a powder.
Oh,
You'll also
God.
need to start supplying the production terminal with power from accumulators. See that big plug on the side of it? Yeah,
Yes.
a high voltage cable goes right in there with a voltage stepper on the other end. And make sure the
Okay.
stepper is on a floor with a good power network behind it. Try to find some time to explore it too. You've got more tools now to open some of the doors we've been finding signals for. Places where people might be trapped.
Yes. Okay, so I need processor units. I'm gonna just chuck you in there. Atlantum ingots, a lot of them. Conveyor belt Mark IIs, iron frames, copper frames, 320 megajoules of accumulated power. Not all that difficult, actually. Did I save the German yet? I have saved the German, yes. Alright, Mark II drills behind Blue Science. Mole upgrades behind Blue Science. Biodense 4 behind blue science. All of this looks amazing, and I want it. Suit speed and flight and rail runner. Power trim 2, monorail spike, power amp, high voltage cables. Does need purple, so I will need to expand the purple. Pretty easy to do. But aside from that, it's all blue. So I need a place to start blue science. I can also go open some of these doors. The only problem you have with this game is it's suddenly at 6 a.m. Yeah, that happens a lot. It's a problem. Check the Atlantum ingot recipe. Let's see, intermediates requires 3 things. It requires Atlantum mixture, which are all 3 of those into a smelter. Okay. So this is actually a tier 1 intermediate. And just conveniently... Wait, this requires an assembler to craft, doesn't it? It does. The Atlantic powder comes out of a... Alright, so I need to have the raw ore purged into this, which is then sent as a raw material up to base, merged with these 2 into as a... Okay, yeah. Definitely gonna need to... I knew I was gonna need to expand the belts, but that is exactly... This is what I need to expand it for. We have seen it. Alright. Millijoules of power. I need to get blue science going. Before I do that, let me get another stack of purple science up there. I need to get a better way of going inside of the base. Help, your core collector's trying to capture you. Oh no. Alright, purple science. I never set this to overflow anywhere. Okay. Alright, so I have some purple science. That's 80, which should be enough. I can put it onto the science mushroom, which is this way. You went to clear the roof to make more room on top, and it's just continuously building science orbs around you. Oh no. Unfortunately, despite there being no roof here, it only goes that high. So it doesn't really help me to clear the area. Because it's already clear and is not functional. I do, however, need a place for blue science, and I think I don't want... Oh my god, that's so much science. Okay. I think I don't want to put it here. Okay. Keep moving the core collectors. I mean, I do, yes. I suppose the alternative is to, just build more. They keep rebuilding the more room you give them. Yeah, there's a limit to the placement range on that. As in, if you give them more room to build, they don't build. They have a maximum limit to how much they build. Which is what I've encountered here several times. Like if you notice, I can build up there, and the core collectors refuse to do that. So I just have to move the core collector somewhere else, so it can actually reconstruct things. That's just life. Okay. Seems to be shorter than your core collector trees. I would be interested in seeing your core collector trees, because multiple times they've reached this height. Like this is not could be a height limit. There could be an arbitrary height limit where they can't place things higher, and if I were to have placed this closer to the ground, then the trees could be higher. Or longer, not higher. That could be a thing. But I need a place for blue science. So let's do that. I do need one more core. Let's assemble this. Okay, so for this, it needs 50 electrical, 20 iron, 10 mechanical. Let's grab some mechanical. Electrical and iron. Iron. Oh, I need something like this. How many? 10? 20. Perfect. And then 50 electrical, which is over here. Okay. Electrical box is over here, I think. Yes. This one. Alright, we produce one of these. Put these back. Put these back. Excellent. Okay. Same spot you placed your core tree. You kept digging out around it. 7 trees so far. Only 3 trees stacked on top of each other. A set of 2 trees as well. Okay. I think we're kind of inconclusive at this stage. As to the heights of these things. Either way, I need to start blue science. What's the green cube? Lore stuff. It's spoilers. Alright, blue science is here. 114. I'll grab it. Waterfall I had to spare. Interesting. So you were able to stack them on top of each other. So it really is just a height limit from the box. from the corp collector. It won't build certain range past it. And the only reason it's fanning out here is because, well, that's the height that it fans out. Okay. Okay. So I need a place for my blue cores. I think I'm gonna put them... Oh wait, no, this is not... That's a dead end. Let's see if I can put them all the way back at the starter base. So I kind of want it to be away from everything. Tier 2 smelter. How long was my first crank generator row? I skipped crank generators. I went straight to water mills. I never had crank generators down. I mean, obviously I had crank generators, but turned by the water mills. The frame rate is actually quite nice over here. Be a shame if something happened to it. Got this here. Is there anything somewhat tall? Oh, what has happened? Okay. This is reasonably tall. Let me just kind of drop one of these. Anywhere. I need power floor and I need... Actually, you know what? Let's get basic power here. Let's get a water mill and let's go grab a water mill and power crank. Maybe an accumulator. Can I craft that here? I can. I shouldn't. Should I? And an accumulator. Missing Kindle Vine extract for the accumulator. I forget how much power the collector requires in order to operate. 750 kilowatt, yeah, that's not. I need an accumulator. Or more power. He went overboard on water wheels and cranks, understandable. Okay. Use it to sometimes quickly fill up your accumulators because your water wheels can't quite keep up with the power draw of doing blue science. Understandable. How many megawatts are you at? Just out of curiosity. How much power does each water wheel make? Water wheels make 0 power. What they do is automate. Cranking. The cranks produce 150 kilowatts each. The crank generator's on at 132 megawatt. Or 13.2 megawatt. Okay. That's how much I'm making right now with the my current water wheel setup, actually. Alright, now I can head back. Should have everything I need. Have blue science going. I don't particularly want to connect it. That's just a lot to run. Okay. Use monorails a bunch, probably need more. I have an entire river, which I can flood with water wheel and power production. I suspect that won't be a big concern for me. Either way. It should be enough to do this. And then a pair of cranks on the side. And flatten. Okay, so we'll do crank, crank, power floors. Here. We and flatten. And then we go up one level. Do we go up one level? Yeah, we'll go up to here and across. And now I can slap down a core collector. You have power. You will, however, need an accumulator, because otherwise you're going to take substantial power to actually place. So this will start filling up. Great. Production is 330 kilowatt. This apparently takes 700 kilowatt in order to place them. So now I just need box. Which must be conveyored in, because that's how that works. This is wrong. There we go. Now blue science goes here. Should see this getting dropped. Yeah. Takes a chunk out of it. But it's fine. We have our first blue science on the field. Okay, so blue science is happening. We have sufficient power to make this work. And haven't figured out how the flatten's supposed to work. It's pretty simple. If you have rough terrain, you can flatten, and it works real quick. It just flattens. It also can kind of work backwards. Like if I'm up here, see how this is down here? If I slide up here, it goes up one. It can kind of create terrain. Kind of. Seems to be a limit in how much I'm able to do with that. But I can absolutely flatten it back out here. There we go. You saw we flattened it back, and then we elevated the terrain by bringing it back up. It works. It just works. Could you chain flatten the tunnel? Not really, as it only ever brings down one or up one. It doesn't give any real horizontal power. Like if there's a flat wall here, I can't flatten it down to the ground. It just does one. Can you generate infinite limestone that way? I think so, actually. Not that it's a particularly useful thing, because you already have infinite limestone available via non-exploity means, but I think you can generate infinite limestone like that way. Okay, so we have the blue science tower beginning. And speaking of science, let's check out. So we have access to High voltage cables. Let's grab this because it's purple. How much total science have we made so far? I have all the purple tech unlocked, best I can tell. We just started doing blue science. I don't have any particular interest in... let's see... 80 kilowatt. I can afford these. I don't want them. Be more interested in this. Is that something I want done first? Monorail, tool belt 3, not into it. I don't have these. Rail runner, not into it. Accumulation 2 would be nice. I can start lining that up. Core clustering I don't have. Omni detects resources and other items of interest. I'm into that. Very into that. But it looks like it's time to just start unlocking things for blue science. I should probably get this sooner than later. Because getting this sooner means I can unlock that new material sooner. Have everything else steady, so let's start working our way there, even though it's not exceptionally interesting. Oh my god, I need the scan for this. Okay.
Task inbound. High voltage cable. Used to create high voltage power systems over substantial distances. Must be connected to voltage stepper in order to power machines.
Well, that's obnoxious. So I need to figure out how to scan that. So it sounds like I probably need to go into some of these buildings. Open some of these doors that I haven't opened yet. Let's see, this one. Atlanta Moore and cooling system. Let's do it. There. I'll grab 10 cooling systems and then go blast mining for Atlantum. I don't need that much more. Much better. Biomass is perpetually backed up. Okay, I needed cooling systems, which were here. I wish I could more readily split stacks. Possible future task is make walking paths with conveyor belts like airport walkways. That sounds fun. Alright, let's go back to our blast mining spot. The power core. We haven't even taken over the entire river yet. What does this cost other than way too much? Advanced circuits, which I don't even have the technology for yet. Okay, so it is this way. This way? This way. Time for kaboom. Alright, so I blasted in the next room over. Let's carry on with this. Okay. Can't blow open a non-security door. Apparently the doors have a lot of protection. Like the resistance shields around the structures are supposed to be able to take massive damage, which is interesting. especially given the amount of damage everything seems to have sustained, which would imply that shields are kind of not working. Okay. Nice. Is that good enough? Good enough. Moving on. I have half a mind to finish clearing this out. Nah, it'll be a good test bed for low yield versus high yield. It wasn't the voice line the shields are working, but that just the boulder probably spent decades slowly burrowing through the shield. Yes. Which, yeah. Yes. I also have this down here, but it's not the one I'm going to right now. Follow the river, back up we go. What have we got here? How far away is this one? 350 meters. Okay. Too many implications the character's not willing to accept. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Definitely a lot going on there. And it's like, why are we doing anything that we're doing? The mission has clearly changed. And as much as I do prefer German military guy over Sparks, German military guy really needs to take some initiative. Oh, this is the door that takes us to the, this is the door that takes us to the, giant waterfall. Hello. We finally get to open here. Oh, this is the big cool one. All right, let's get in here.
I think this was the main research lab for the sector.
Okay.
Nothing in here was ever any of my business, so it should be a pretty interesting place to look around. I'm up for building some half-finished prototypes if you are.
Mm-hmm. Yes, please. Alright, looks like there's another path back there. I'll have to double back for it. Hey, here we go. Mark II smelter tech available. Bunch of rocks.
It looks like maybe they were trying to cook up new alloys in here. This whole place is above my pay grade.
I remember the lead metallurgist, Mirage. She was untrusting.
I've never seen these kinds of gemstones anywhere in the sector. And I've been to every corner of it.
The last time I was here, they were studying Gaian ore, synaptite, atlantum, materials that were not of our world, but not classified.
Couldn't classify those if you wanted to. Atlantum is everywhere around here.
If they stopped performing research on local materials to import and study something completely unknown, there must have been a reason.
If there was,
Interesting.
you won't find it. Somebody wiped every terminal in here.
Cool dense too. Oh, that's gonna be nice. More burrowing.
Facility access
Oh,
door
not like
unavailable.
this.
Refer to display
Advanced
panel for
200
self-repair
advanced
requirements.
circuits? Ew. Door inside a door. Well, I mean, I'm not saying no to accumulators.
No idea if the scientists were using these plants as scenery or an experiment. They weren't secretive, but they didn't exactly go out of their way to tell people what they were doing either. Personally, I'd toss them into a thresher and be done with it. The plants, not the scientists.
Why not
I
both?
don't mean that.
You can get whatever metals they're made out of. Alright, so now we have this side. Craft speed 3. Nice. Not the most useful, but happy to have it. Hello. Pack size 3. That one I'm very happy to have. Some beacons, mining charges.
Calyx. Still hard to believe we're somewhere in the middle of this thing.
Okay.
It was unlike anything mankind had ever experienced. A rogue planet, drifting through the cosmos, origin unknown.
I remember now. We had probes out across the system, figuring out how to bring home critical resources from Neptune, Venus, wherever we could get them.
Yes. On Earth, we had used up everything. We needed a miracle, and Calyx was that miracle. Dead on the surface, but filled with unimaginable wealth, and passing through our outer heliosphere for a few decades at most.
Oh my, that's a big one. This one unlocks German dude, which we don't need to do. This one. We get monorail tracks, which I think we can build.
If those probes hadn't been out there, Calyx would have flown right past us. It's an awful lot of luck for a species that doesn't particularly deserve it.
And yet it was precisely what inspired our species to come together in a way that many did not believe possible.
Here we are.
How do I get out of here? This way. Question mark? Yes. Here we go. Better. And way back. Went the wrong way. That's went a big circle. I was too busy distracted determining which direction I could go. Forgot to ask why. Can I always take a straight line? I could, but that's a lot. I don't want to deal with that. I hate so much. Like I know we were just I don't want to dig. I just don't want to dig. Let me go free. This place is a maze. Okay, so 100 Atlantum ore and 200 cooling systems. I think we don't have 200 cooling systems yet. Think of all the limestone. Follow the river. The river is the very, very long way around. Let's check on the cooling system, see if we got enough. And when we don't, we'll check on the limiting factor to see why we don't. What we need to boost to give us enough. Alright, 149, which is not 200. And the reason we don't have more is because shortage of coolants. Why are we short on coolant? Shortage of limestone. Why are we short on limestone? That just comes straight through here. Straight through here. And doesn't make it around the bend because this splitter died. Okay. Figured out why we're short on limestone. Splitter poofed out of existence. Okay. I guess that's fine. In that case... 200 Mark II conveyor belts and 50 cooling systems. Grab 50 cooling systems. And now we need 200 Mark IIs. Mark IIs require copper, coolants, and conveyor belts. Oof! They need coolant. Copper. Alright, so I've got the copper. Got the conveyor belts. Let's just grab copper and chuck my personal coolant in there. And the copper is here. This will be automated at some point. Just don't want to do so right now. Coolant seems to be having some issues. Alright. And that'll be 200. Now we put this back. You return to here. Coolant's done. Conveyor belts, great. All right, off to the place we go. This game is so good and bad at the same time. I know, right? It's got a lot of things it needs work on. A lot of things it needs work on. But it is certainly... Why is there no... Holy smokes. How have you done this? That one died too. Alrighty, have a good one, fish. Good luck out there. Alright, I need to go that way. Yep, this way we go. Limestone doesn't like being split. Understandable. Who really does like being split? I mean... Actually, now that I say the words aloud. Never mind. You found that conveyor Mark II belt parts as splitters fixes them? Okay. Gonna have to get out of here again. Alright, this thing... I have to loop around. Around the iron. Over. And in. Nice. What are you? Stack cap 3, M hollow cap 3. This is super late stuff. Cool dense 4. Got some of those advanced circuits and some crate generators Mark II. Slap those on. What are you? Cradle roots and glow moss. I wasn't able to scan those before, but them out being out in the world. Mole tunneling.
This elevator control console is dead. Fortunately, your suit was built to fall safely from any height. On Calyx, when all of your friends jump off a cliff, you get to jump off too.
Ah, neat. Okay. So that's done in there. Guess the capacity shape might very well be. Also, hello there, Turtles. Welcome in. And what else are we looking for here? So really we just need coolants to get through this. Because I'm not going through the advanced circuits yet. High voltage cables, I could work on that. Monorail tracks. I need blue science for that. And some ore. I want this because it only costs. I should probably do this just to trigger whatever is necessary to be triggered, but 200 cooling systems, 100 Atlantis and more, so we need to collect some more. So we have everything we need to do so. And around. And down this way. And we're off. Let's see, I should still have these accumulators here, so let's chuck them into their appropriate places. Fill in the grid. I don't really ever need to come here. Don't have to worry about building specific paths. That will bring us up to 300 megajoules of capacity. Great. Alright, how many cooling systems did we create in brief absence? I also got some Mark II cranks, which is convenient, although I guess not particularly exciting. Let's put purple science into the science box, just so it's not in my inventory and I know what to expect. Because we've already rounded out the last of the tree, it would seem. At least without expanding it somewhat. I really need to make a better way to get into the base. Oh! Okay, we do see coolant coming through in the overflow. Already back up to 100. Progress has been made. Look it. They're coming through. This is not a fast process. But it is a consistent process, and it's piling up here. There's 2 more coming through. Okay, so we need 200 of those before moving on. Blue science. We have 2. Because the coolant died. Because the stone, the limestone died. And so everything died with it. Sadness. Could you upgrade a Nightmare of the Bells to Mark II? No, it won't. It's really simple to do this. Like, I can click purge this and then just rebuild. Okay. I'll show you exactly how. Done. Now I've got a bunch of these in my inventory, and I don't want them. Yeah, so that's not going to be hard to upgrade. But more importantly, I desperately need to increase the size of our bus here. And I have half a mind to just make another bus entirely. That would be worth my while, I think. All of these which loop back can just go forward instead. And then any which uses looped back materials will go on the other side of the next bus. Less complicated. More room for expansion. Should be pretty easy to do. Science is kicking off production again, which is great. I want to upgrade too. Yeah, all of this will get upgraded to Mark II. It's on the list to do. We are still plugging away with our basic iron, basic ingredients here. This is looking solid. We have a solid line, question mark? I'm not sure this is a solid line of, definitely not a solid line. It's inconsistent, but it is mostly solid. Pretty easier to see here. Yeah, no, I think this is a solid line. Yeah, it's popping over to the side. Okay. This is now finally clearing up, now that we've cleaned up all of the backlog. Okay. Done and done. This is somewhat backlogged based on conveyor belt speed? No. These inserters are still struggling to keep up. I just need stack inserters everywhere. We're up to 74 blue, which is almost enough for the mining drill upgrade. As much as I would love to have other upgrades, mining drill upgrade is the next main tech, so we need to do that. This would enable me to produce monorail. Not this. This would allow me to produce monorail tracks, which I could use for the door, and therefore get more tech. But it's all kind of important. So let us... Alright, so that is the task. That is getting... I need to go grab Atlanta more with my explosives. I need to wait for cooling systems to run. And then I need to put blue science into the blue science box. So I can get the next level of tech going. Specifically, Atlanta more. How much do we have? Enough. And that, ladies and gentlemen, will be an exercise for another day, as I'm going to be winding it down here. Hope you guys have had a great day, and all you guys have enjoyed some of this stream for just hanging out for so long. Thank you guys for stopping by for so very long, as we have a wonderful factory. We can pretty much just AFK our way through anything at this point, because we're all but entirely self-sustaining. The only thing that isn't really self-sustaining is the iron and copper mines. But we have infinite fuel to power those. It's just a matter of carrying the fuel over there and dumping it off in the boxes. And about as easily said as done. So then we can start on upgrading once again to the next tier of stuff with Atlantum everywhere, which I'm looking forward to. But that's going to be a not tonight kind of deal. So have a good night, everyone. Catch you guys later.